Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for keeping time. We do apologize that we should have started about 30 minutes ago, but we haven't. There's a bit of housekeeping that we're still putting up, but in the next few minutes we'll be doing that, and we're going to have a working breakfast. So I am going to request in the next few, when the hotel is ready, I will alert you so you can be able to go pick something to eat or drink, so that when we start we will not be able to have a break in between. We'll want to go marathon, we'll want to go all the way. As well, just a brief meeting that is going on, and immediately it's done. In the next few after our breakfast we should be able to start immediately and carry on with the discussion. But we do apologize for starting up late, but thank you so much for sparing your time to come through, and in the next few we'll be starting. Let me confirm how ready the hotel is to have our breakfast, and we'll start off with that. Thank you.
The Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, PSFU, Uganda's apex body for the private sector, is partnering with the MasterCard Foundation to anchor the Young Africa Work strategy in Uganda through the Enhancing Lead Firm Structure for Youth Employment project. This project focuses on 5 sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, trade and allied services, tourism and construction.
I'm Evelyn Deborah Walusimbi. I'm 21 years old. I'm currently working as a barista at the Inspire Africa establishment, and I'm a beneficiary of the PSFU Lead Farm Structure Project.
My name is Niwa Hanaumi. I'm 27 years old, a mother of 2, and I'm an internal inspector of Kawakom, a lead farm in the PSFU Lead Farm Structure Project.
Amanya gange nze Namaganda Shaima, n'emyaka 2 mugumu.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we'll continue with the videos coming through, but feel free to move to the serving table and grab yourself a cup of coffee or tea or whichever you would prefer. And in the next few we should officially start off our discussion.
Is to create 300,000 dignified and fulfilling work opportunities for young women and men by 2025. With 70% of the beneficiaries being young women. A lead firm can either be an organization driven by private interests, such as profit, or one whose purpose is fostering shared prosperity through the promotion of private enterprise. The lead firm structure approach aims to enhance linkages within the productive sectors by ensuring market-focused production, which is based on the requirements of a lead firm.
I recommend that more opportunities should be created for women out there to get into hands-on activities so that they can earn a better living.
My recommendation would be like, it should be looked upon as people who are capable of doing this field work.
Kyensaba kikolebwe eri abavubuka nga nze tuveemu okwenyooma ate tuveemu okwagala ebintu bye tutakoleredde.
Abasajja abaleeta piki tuzibakolereko balekerawo okulowooza nti omukyala talina kyasobola kukola. Abakyala tusobola okukola ebintu bingi. Omusajja wabeera asobola okubeera makanika, nange omukyala nkisobola.
For over 25 years, PSFU has uplifted youth enterprise, aiming to create an environment in which young people can lead in more recognized and thriving business, serve quality goods and services, and generate a growing income, thereby boosting the country's economy.
Nebaza PSFU ne NFT mobility kubanga bampa omukisa guno kuvaayo okubaako kyenjiga kyenteeka mu mutwe. Maaso eyo nange nsuubira nja kuyigiriza bawala bannange kino nange kye banjigiriza olwaleero.
Ntuusa okwebaza eri PSFU ne NFT mobility kye batukoledde nga ffe abavubuka kyamaanyi nnyo okubanga nti abamu twali tuweddemu n'essuubi nga osobola okwegomba ekintu era ndikifunye mu mikono emirungi olina kukozesa mikono mibi okifuna.
I'm so thankful to PSFU for giving me personally this opportunity to work with them because I have been able to provide for my family. I've improved on my coffee farm and I believe I will also improve on the production.
I'm thankful to the PSFU Lead Farm Structure Project. It is through this project that I've gained this skill that is going to take me miles. As a beneficiary, I'm going to become a business owner. With that, I'm also going to employ other women out there. Thank you, PSFU.
Amanya gange nze Namaganda Shaima n'emyaka 21 nga ndi mukyala ayiga obwa mechanic. NFT Mobility Lead Farm. Njiza bintu bingi byensobola okukola ku piki. Nsobola okukyusa omupiira neteekako omupya. Nsobola okukyusa chain system. Musajja baleese piki mu garage. Biseera ebisinga bakyayagala mukyala agikwate. Kubanga amanyi omukyala talina kyamanyi, babeera balowooza tukyayiga. So nga tubeera tuyize nga weetuli awo tusobola okukola omusajja waba taliiwo. Nsuubira abasajja balekerawo okulowooza nti omukyala talina kyasobola kukola. Omusajja wabeera asobola okubeera makanika, nange omukyala nkisobola. Nasobola okukiyiga nenkipafekitinga n'okusinga naye. Nebaza PSFU ne NFT mobility kubanga bampa omukisa guno kuvaayo okubaako kyenjiga kyenteeka mu mutwe.
My name is Niwaha Naume. I'm 27 years old, a mother of 2, and I'm an internal inspector of CARCOM, a lead farm in the PSFU Lead Farm Structure Project. As an internal inspector, we are doing registration of farmers, those who are willing to sell us their coffee, do inspection of their farms, certify them under RA, and then train them in coffee agronomy and sign contract with them. The biggest challenge is most of this field work we always looked at as people who cannot handle compared to the males. My recommendation would be like we should be looked upon as people who are capable of doing this field work. I'm thankful to the PSFU for giving me employment because I've been able to provide for my family, improve on my coffee field, and for the trainings. So basically I would say thanks to PSFU.
We are here today to witness this project that has been set up in partnership with AgriCycle Global.
Here in Luero, AgriCycle, PSFU, backed by MasterCard on the YAW project, we have shown the potential. The young people, where the young mothers can create their products and get money in their pocket.
Standing here in Luero, standing here to see that they are the revolutionary district where we are starting this value addition so that we have a complete value chain of producing pineapples, processing them and selling them at a good price. It is fantastic.
We are here today to witness this project that has been set up in partnership with AgriCycle Global.
Here in Luero, AgriCycle, PSFU, backed by MasterCard on the YAW project, we have shown the potential for microprocessing to happen, not in a facility, not where some investor has land, but instead where the young people, where the young mothers can create their products and get money in their pocket.
AgriCycle nga nze namuteye masitula enyambye okuba ne ssente mu nsawo nengula buli kimu kye njagala nengula pooti n'ensimba AgriCycle sina kye njogera kuba ye enyambye okufuna ssente eluli twakolanga n'ogenda n'okolera omuntu oluusi n'akuluma natakusasula ate ng'okozeseza ki amaanyi go naye wano okozesa amaanyi go n'omanya nti osende ebintu bwe bigenda ssente zikola ki ozifuna mu nsawo yo.
We are in a microprocessing center and we've just witnessed how the young people get the fruits together, clean it up, and then dry it before it is packaged through the processing center right behind us.
Standing here in Luero, having worked in Luero for the last I don't know how many years, and seen how Luero does not change other than it progress, but standing here to see that they are the revolutionary district where we are starting this value addition so that we have a complete value chain of producing pineapples, processing them and selling them at a good price, getting the youth, which gives them money, gives them confidence, gives them authority over themselves and their bodies. It is fantastic.
We have a Find My Farm code. When you scan this code over here, it is going to trace you back to where this particular pack was produced. It will show you the group of women or youth that processed this fruit.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the directors of AgriCycle.
I thank the AgriCycle because they brought to us really markets nearer here. There is not much money we have to inject there, but we use our own raw materials and we get income.
Hearing the individual stories of microprocessors, something I don't get to hear often enough, but who's actually being impacted, who's making this money, and how it's changing lives, and also hopefully reach many people on how they can join us.
Sector Foundation of Uganda, PSFU, Uganda's apex body for the private sector, is partnering with the MasterCard Foundation to anchor the Young Africa Work strategy in Uganda through the Enhancing Lead Firm Structure for Youth Employment project. This project focuses on 5 sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, trade and allied services, tourism and construction.
I'm Evelyn Deborah Walusimbi. I'm 21 years old. I'm currently working as a barista at the Inspire Africa establishment, and I'm a beneficiary of the PSFU Lead Farm Structure Project.
My name is Niwa Naomi. I'm 27 years old, a mother of 2, and I'm an internal inspector of Kawacom, a lead farm in the PSFU Lead Farm Structure Project.
Amanya gange nze Namaganda Shaima, n'emyaka 21 nga ndi mukyala ayigobwa makanika. NFT Mobility Lead Farm.
Erinnya Mugambwa James Sekajja, n'emyaka 26, vuga boda ya Uber mu NFT Lead Farm mu PSFU Lead Farm Project.
This intervention's ultimate goal is to create 300,000 dignified and fulfilling work opportunities for young women and men by 2025, with 70% of the beneficiaries being young women. A lead firm can either be an organization driven by private interests, such as profit, or one whose purpose is fostering shared prosperity through the promotion of private enterprise. The lead firm structure approach aims to enhance linkages within the productive sectors by ensuring market-focused production, which is based on the requirements of a lead firm.
I recommend that more opportunities should be created for women out there to get into hands-on activities so that they can earn a better living.
My recommendation would be like, it should be looked upon as people who are capable of doing this field work.
Kyensaba kikolebwe eri abavubuka nga nze tuveemu okwenyooma ate tuveemu okwagala ebintu bye tutakoleredde.
Abasajja abaleeta ppiki tuzibakolereko balekerawo okulowooza nti omukyala talina kyasobola kukola. Abakyala tusobola okukola ebintu bingi. Omusajja wabeera asobola okubeera makanika, nange omukyala nkisobola.
For over 25 years, PSFU has uplifted youth enterprise, aiming to create an environment in which young people can lead in more recognized and thriving business, serve quality goods and services, and generate a growing income, thereby boosting the country's economy.
Nebaza PSFU ne NFT Mobility kubanga bampa omukisa guno kuvaayo okubaako kyenjiga kyenteeka mu mutwe. Maaso eyo nange nsuubira nja kuyigiriza bawala bannange kino nange kye banjigiriza olwaleero.
Ntuusa okwebaza eri PSFU ne NFT Mobility kye batukoledde nga ffe abavubuka. Kyamaanyi nnyo okubanga nti abamu twali tuweddemu n'essuubi nga osobola okwegomba ekintu ng'eyandikifunye mu mikono emirungi olina kukozesa mikono by'okifuna.
I'm so thankful to PSFU for giving me personally this opportunity to work with them, because I have been able to provide for my family. I've improved on my coffee farm, and I believe I will also improve on the production.
I'm thankful to the PSFU Lead Farm Structure Project. It is through this project that I've gained this skill that is going to take me miles. As a beneficiary, I'm going to become a business owner. With that, I'm also going to employ other women out there. Thank you, PSFU.
All right, very good morning to you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Hoping that we've had a bite or a drink or something to catch up on this early morning. And those who are still at the cocktail tables, you can feel free to actually have your breakfast from your desk or your sitting place, because we would like to immediately be able to start. We totally do apologize for the delay that we have had. My name is Mildred Tohaise, and I'm glad to be your host this morning as we get into this very, very beautiful, interesting discussion. We're talking about trade, we're talking about investment, and what a beautiful event to come through at a time when we just admitted another member into the East African community. A member who is literally almost double the double the population of Uganda. So it's a bigger market, but how best do we plan for this particular market right here? I would love to get that discussion on, and we can't wait for our panels. But just before that, we will take on the anthems and a prayer. We will have a security brief from the hotel management, and then we will start off officially with our program. And I'm kindly requesting that we stand up and respect our country as well as the region, take on the prayer as well, then we will officially start off with our program. Kindly requesting we can all stand up and take on the anthems, and our technical team will do that. Thank you very much. And before we get started, we'll need to take on a word of prayer. And this is where we always get to ask for volunteers, and we never get volunteers to lead us in a prayer. But I would request, I did see Honorable Sechitoleko looking at the neighbor when I talked about a volunteer for a prayer, and I think they've had that discussion, and she's actually coming through. Welcome, and let's have a word of prayer before we can start off.
As a founding member of PSFU, there is no way I can refuse to the orders of the my young ones. Can we humble ourselves before the Lord? Loving Father, we are gathered here simply because you have guided us, and you've guided us to come here and deliberate on the future of our country through various sectors that where you have guided us. Father, you have brought us from far. Private Sector Foundation Uganda has come very far, but for a purpose, and we pray that you continue guiding us so that we lead the private sector of this country in a manner that will glorify your name, while at the same time building on the economic standing of our people. Father, we ask you to forgive us where we have not done things the way that we should have done them, but we know you know our weaknesses as human beings. At the same time, you stand with us. Father, thank you very much, and we pray that you guide us through the deliberations of today, and we come up to conclusions that will help not only private sector foundation, but its members and the country at large. Through Jesus Christ, I have prayed.
Thank you very much, and you can take your seats. Just shortly before we get to our program, allow me to invite Mr. Emmanuel Ikeba from Serena Hotels to give us a security brief, what you should be able to expect and how you should take on the day while you are occupying this particular space. Emmanuel, welcome.
Thank you very much. You may allow me just to have my mask off for the purpose of clear pronunciation of words. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you in your various capacities to Kampala Serena Hotel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Ikeba, as they have just said it. I'm a protective services officer at Kampala Serena Hotel. I'm here to take you through a security brief. Our dear guests, we are in Katonga Hall, which is in the first floor of the conference center building. In Katonga Hall, we have nearby washrooms just outside the door, the entrance to Katonga. You take your left. Just 5 meters, you will find ladies will maintain the left-hand side and the gents will go into the right-hand side. Katonga Hall is in the first floor, I remind you. Our dear guests, I assure you, Kampala Serena is very safe. Please feel at home. We have security manned by Pinnacle and then the Uganda police who are armed. They are very friendly. They will handle you as a guest of Kampala Serena Hotel. Please, in Kampala Serena, in the case of any fire alarm, please do not panic. The conference center manager will step in immediately in case it will necessitate evacuation. He will announce the plan of the evacuation and we shall gently walk out in case it is necessary. And the team we have nearby here for Kampala Serena, they are all well trained on the evacuation procedures. They will take us to the fire assembly point, which is just in front of the conference center building. Our dear guests, I remind you that Kampala Serena, in case there is any medical emergency, we have a medical office on ground. We have a standby ambulance, and then we have a physician on call who is in Nakasero Hospital. So please do not suffer with any medical illness when we can handle it. Please, I want to remind you that COVID is not yet declared over. It is still looming in society. So please, let's maintain the SOPs as we gather together, and when we are consuming, please, we can keep our masks off. I wish you all the best in Kampala Serena Hotel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel Ikeba. And once again, to our guests, thank you so much for coming through. We officially will kick off our program, which is going to be more of a marathon. But for those who are engaging on social media, if you're having any sort of discussion on social media, remember to use our hashtag. Our hashtag for today's discussion is PSFU Policy Dialogue 22. Once again, the hashtag is PSFU Policy Dialogue 22. And as well, remember to tag us in at PSF_Uganda, our MasterCard Foundation, and LFS, that's a lead firm structure _PSFU. And we want to say a special thank you to MasterCard Foundation, Young Africa Works, which is particularly looking, the lead firm structure, which is looking at creating more than 300,000 work opportunities And when I'm talking about Uganda, the first thing that rhymes in my head is that we're talking to a much relatively younger generation, a very young population. And how do we bring them on board as opposed to discussing for them and planning for them and then offering them what we have thought out for them? But we need to bring them on board and make sure that they are a part of the discussion. And the lead farm structure, of course, looking at a number of sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, trade and allied services, tourism and construction. And I love the fact that this discussion is coming up during COVID-19. Emmanuel hinted on it, that we are not yet declared COVID-free. And the effects of the COVID-19, they're about 2 years that took us back in terms of production, in terms of so many aspects of business and investment, may live with us a little bit much longer. But I love the fact that there is a COVID-19 economic recovery and resilience response program, and we will want to know much more about that. The program manager, Mr. Alan Senyondwa, is going to be coming through to speak to us about that and set the pace as we discuss the East African community. There are a number of issues. I love that I was just looking at UNBS, the UNBS head here with us. There will be issues of standards. There are going to be issues of, research. What exactly do you want to participate in? What should be your advantage? What are you going to leverage on as the different countries? Because while we discuss the East African community and the business opportunities and investment, then also we are thinking about the African Continental Free Trade Area. But what's your comparative advantage as a business or as a country at large? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mr. Alan Senyondwa, who is the program manager for the COVID-19 Economic Recovery and Resilience Response Program, to set the pace for us as we continue with our program. A round of applause for him.
Thank you very much, Mildred. You're all very welcome here. Our officials from the public sector, our vice chair, members of the advisory council, the CEO, the CMO, the COO, and the CPO, and all officials of the private sector, and you, the gallant members of the private sector. As we start to deliberate on the effects or the impact of the East African integration on investments and job creation. As you are aware, the Young Africa Works Enhancing the Lead Farm project is a project which is a partnership with the MasterCard Foundation to help us create jobs. And it's a partnership between the private sector foundation and members of the private sector in as many sectors as Mildred has already indicated to us. In our partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, just as we began the Young Africa Works Enhancing the Lead Farm structure, something happened not only to Uganda, but to the whole entire world. We were setting up to run as fast as we can, and then the COVID-19 pandemic struck. Together with our CMO, we were requested to quickly put down a program to help this country, especially the private sector, get out of the pandemic. It took us about 4 weeks, and voila, we had a program called the COVID-19 Economic Recovery and Resilience Response Program. It is a program which has now been running for over 18 months. And the focus of this program is basically in agriculture again, manufacturing, tourism, construction, and yes, tourism as well, as I've already indicated. So what do we do here? We have 4 pillars in which we have partnered with government to support government in a number of areas where we have provided over 1,000 beds and mattresses and PPEs to government as our first pillar. We are indeed working with, in our second pillar, with our colleagues from the Ugandan National Bureau of Standards here with us, in which we have supported in the area of fighting against aflatoxins and again standards. And may I inform this distinguished group that we are still going to support them. We are working together with the Ugandan National Bureau of Standards to support all MSEs in the pipeline right now at the Ugandan National Bureau of Standards who have failed to pay for standards. We are all paying for all of them to get standards for this 1 year. We are working with Uganda Healthcare Federation colleagues to ensure the private sector in the healthcare areas, that means pharmaceuticals, healthcare, hospitals which are of private nature, be able to self-assess and be able to get themselves a yearly license without going to do the paperwork. So we have digitalized that aspect of the self-assessment as pillar number 2. And in pillar number, allow me to jump to pillar number 4, in which we are working with the National Planning Authority and the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Trade to develop the second national strategy for the private sector development. So we are doing all we can to ensure that the next national strategy for private sector development is well put together. And now allow me to jump to the crux of the matter, and why I stand here is to present to you pillar number 3, in which A, we are ensuring that PSFU as your secretariat becomes as efficient as possible by digitalizing all the systems at PSFU. The second part of that is our support again to the private sector, our MSMEs. We have indeed set out a second call. Please send this information to all MSMEs in the country, and so that they can apply for the second call. And the thematic areas for the second call are we will support our MSMEs in marketing, in supply chain and sourcing, new alternative routes to the market. That means digitalization. We are supporting them in product development. We are supporting them in repurposing their businesses, business assets to new other products or services. We are helping them, as already mentioned, in standards and adaptation, skilling, business planning, business advisory services, installation of machinery. This is for our MSMEs. Please send out as much information as you can to all of them and allow them to apply. We will be supporting over 120 MSMEs in that area. With that said, that is about the Cherub program. Allow me, therefore, at this juncture, I was supposed to step in and give in a few remarks before the CEO comes, only to be told, only to see the CEO and the entire team walking in. I think it is my birthday, and indeed it is my birthday, and therefore to this extent, allow me to welcome the CEO to jump in and do the necessary remarks, since it's a gift of the day. Instead of me giving the remarks, the Nanyinimu has arrived, so please come and give the remarks. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we need some more coffee on this side. The response has not been very good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Easter. Maybe to make it a much lighter note, happy birthday, Alan. the man has marketed himself and his birthday. A happy birthday, and allow me in a very special way to welcome all of you to this morning's high-level dialogue that is really precedental. And Alan went through the protocol, but in a very special way to welcome all the distinguished people here, the Ministry of East African Affairs, Ministry of Trade, my board of governors represented here in none other than our Vice Chair, Honorable Victoria Sektoreko, seated with us. You're welcome. Mr. Charles Kareba, Madam Aida Wanendea, I call her Honorable. There are other board members here, I haven't seen them. Mr. Simon Kaheru, our representative at the East African Business Council and Chair for Uganda. Distinguished CEOs, I see my brother David from Bureau of Standards, Uganda Revenue Authority, Investment Authority. We have our advisory council. I forgot to mention that earlier. My colleagues at PSFU, my colleagues in the media. I see Mr. Paul Busharizi and the team. So all of you, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm here in two capacities. One, to present opening remarks as CEO, but also to inform the members present that the statement from our chairman, board of directors, I'll read it on his behalf. He couldn't make it here, but he asked me to delegate him here. So without much ado, one is to thank our colleagues at the private sector who have come here today, and those listening and watching online, to wish you happy Easter. Of course, that's past. But also to report that we are living in very good times. The East African community was born in 1967 and only had a 10-year lease. It then collapsed and then re-emerged later in the 90s. But like our president usually says, that this regional integration was there before. So there's nothing new we are doing. We are only trying to retrace the borders. On behalf of the PSFU, we're excited to host this event with the support of MasterCard Foundation and Young Africa Works. But allow me to quickly just state that PSFU is a member-based organization. It was born in 1995. You all know the late Professor James Murwana, who was the brains behind it. But we also have in our midst people like Madam Aida Wanendea, who were there in 1995, and others. Started off as an 11-member association, and it has grown into a very, very powerful organization with over 300 business associations, but with an active membership of over 2.5 million members. We are the apex body representing 12 sectors, ranging from manufacturing, agriculture, ICT, trade, tourism, professional services, financial services, logistics, ICT. And recently, about November, we introduced a new sector, which is the creative sector. You all know Mr. Ragadi, he's the chairman, and he comes on board with a very, very big constituency. So PSFU has grown into a much, much bigger institution that is actually influencing policy, business, investment, job creation. And the reason we are here is to, among other things, discuss our 4 strategic mandates. We are largely a policy and advocacy institution. And by institution, I don't mean structures in the context of organization. We are a versatile business group of people who want to create a conducive business environment to grow. So part of our mandate, and very strong on that, is policy and advocacy for private sector, especially to create a conducive environment to do business. Number two, we use evidence-based research. And part of the reason we're here is to basically get this research and this evidence out to you, our members. The way PSFU is designed is like an onion. So at the core of it is PSFU, the institution, but we are responsible to our members first. We are members by association and by registration and by membership. But we speak into the private sector, which speaks into the economy. So we cascade out and in, and we can't do this unless we have very critical evidence that supports this discussion. Our other mandate is capacity building and skills. We strongly believe that people need to be informed, empowered, taught, but we also learn from each other. We do a lot of capacity building. You must have seen skills development plan and all these programs that we have been doing to ensure that our members are well equipped with these capacities. And we don't do this in isolation. Our last and most important mandate is we engage in partnerships. We have both local and regional support. We work closely with development partners, with government, and that's why we have Ministry of East African Community here, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Agriculture. We work very, very closely with Investment Authority. UNBS is our partner. Every day we are in and out of meetings together to ensure that we create standards that are worth competing for. We work with the World Bank, UNDP, Trademark East Africa, the European Union, but we are also focal points for other regional groups. We are part of the East African Business Council. We are members of the Commercial Business Council. Now we are very strong on the AfCTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So I just wanted to underscore and underline our footprint in terms of engaging with you. So all of you are very, very welcome to PSFU. And so what is the reason that has brought us here today? And that is basically to discuss the status of the East African community integration process on investment and job creation. There'll be many papers presented, but allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about very, very quickly some of the clear standpoints for the reason we are here today. It's critical to appreciate that the East African community has actually recorded significant successes to the private sector. I'll just give you a quick story. About 2002, 2003, I worked with the New Vision, and at that time there was a debate about the growth of the East African community. And one of the things that was very strong at that time, I was deputy business editor at the New Vision, was the need to talk about opportunities for our country that the East African community had brought on board. At that time, there were only 3 countries, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, and there was discussion of adding on Burundi and Rwanda to the portfolio. As a much younger person with less gray hair than I have now, with more energy, I think I had more steroids in my blood than currently, I took a risk of starting a regional business outfit in Kenya and Tanzania initially. Now, just to give you a scenario, if you drove to Kenya, or Tanzania for that matter, if you got to the border, they asked you so many questions why you are coming into the country. 2, you had to be at the border before 6 p.m. 3, there were issues of suspicion. What are you coming? What are you carrying? In one of the incidents, I walked into a bank in Dar es Salaam, and the requirements for opening an account were about 40 pages. I won't name the bank. It took me 3 weeks to register a bank account. I needed sureties, members, I don't know what, immigration clearance, etc. It was terrible. Exchange rates, you had to present a passport to change money to another currency. So there were all sorts of opportunities. And so I was a first-hand business entrant in the East African community. That was 2003. It It was worse for Burundi and Rwanda when they eventually were accepted there. French, you had to speak in another language, etc., etc. Fast forward 10 years later. Remember, it took me 3 weeks to open an account. It took me 15 minutes to open an account in one of the countries that I came with. The borders had been opened. It was now 24 hours. You could actually cross the borders and after the one-stop border post. Business was much more versatile, and clearly, 20 years after that interesting intervention, East African community is a worthwhile place to invest. So I can comfortably say we have really moved very, very fast and very far. But more importantly, it's important that we take advantage of the opportunities that have been provided. Now we have a much bigger market. We have the DRC on board. Huge opportunities, huge opportunities. There's everything for everybody. So how prepared are we to take advantage on all of that? So the purpose of today's meeting, one, is to discuss some of the issues that are provided for, the customs union, the protocols, things to do with clearance in time, logistics, of course investments, jobs. We're going to talk about value chains. We're going to discuss some of the existing barriers that are affecting some of the problems that we have. In my other life, I led the tourism board, and one of the challenges we've been having is how does a tour operator from Uganda enter another country to give an experience to a tourist who has originated from this country to those places. There are still barriers of crossing, of vehicles, of work, etc., etc. So some of those are things that are going to be discussed. We're going to discuss non-tariff barriers that are affecting doing business, common external tariffs. I think Simon and the group will discuss that ably. We've had back and forth meetings. For the first time today, I think about 6 weeks ago, we were in Nairobi with the East African Business Council, and we presented a common paper, which was going to be presented to the presidents of the summit to ensure that the private sector voice is heard before the presidents make meaningful decisions. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to talk too much about all of this, but it is important that I underline some of the strategic outputs that we want this meeting to come out with. So with those remarks, I'll end there as CEO, and I'll put on another hat, which I will ably read from our chairman, the board of directors of the PSFU, Honorable Dr. Eli Karahanga. Again, with apologies, he wasn't able to come. That was my side of CEO, so I'll talk for the chairman in this speech. So, I'm Dr. Eli Karahanga now, speaking to you. Today, I am pleased and happy about the status of the East African community integration with good achievements in the single customs union, which has led to a reduction in transport and clearing time from Mombasa to Kampala, and this has reduced from 20 days to 4 days today. There's free movement of people, where Ugandans can travel with a national ID to 3 out of 5 ESC countries, and trade facilitation measures through harmonization of standards, which has led to increased market access for the private sector in Uganda. I'm even more excited about the recent joining of the DRC, a country with 68% of the world's cobalt, which is the largest globally, and over 1.8 million tons of copper annually. The DRC has a population of 95 million people, and this must be fed by the private sector in Uganda. This implies that the new SC combined has a market-driven economy of 266 million people and a GDP of $243 billion. In the region, Uganda is the second largest exporter to the DRC after Rwanda, and Uganda mainly sells cement, cooking oil, rice, sugar, tubes, and pipes. It also exports food, and private sector players believe that more can be provided for products such as food, spirits, textiles, and plastics that can be accessed to Congo. Besides these existing business opportunities, the business environment within which the business community operates continues to be negatively affected by prevalent market restrictions, which hinder the ability of companies to expand or grow. These include non-tariff barriers to trade in logistics, in fish, tourism, grains, rice, cassava, services, and the food subsectors. In addition, there are other strategies and policies on the ESC that hinder its ability to foster growth of agro-industrialization. Ladies and gentlemen, these opportunities that need to be exploited by the business community are available for us now. And this calls for partnerships among the private sector, i.e. manufacturing and traders, agriculture, financial services, among others. Government with the private sector and development partners will work together to ensure that this comes through. Ladies and gentlemen, this therefore signalizes the spirit of partnerships, and on behalf of the board, management, and staff of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, I welcome all of you to this high-level private public policy dialogue on the status of the ESC on investments and job creation. I believe that we are expected to deliberate on how we can support each other to unlock these available opportunities, thereby growing the economy, paying more tax revenue, and creating more work opportunities for the young people in Uganda. Today, this dialogue will outline the following questions, which I request us to deliberate and generate answers to. They include, number one, how is the current situation impacting on investments and job creation in the Ugandan private sector? Number two, what are the young person's outlook on the status of the East African Community Regional Integration process and future overview? Number three, how best can we address the prevalent barriers to trade and prevent them from derailing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the AfCTA integration process? I am personally sure that the answers to the above questions will generate more evidence and policy proposals which we all need to exploit the existing business opportunities for private sector growth, the economy, and create more employment opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, today's theme, which is the status of the East African Community Integration process on investments and job creation, future perspectives, I believe this theme is well directed to usher us in a very good position to discuss and deliberate on the future proposals which we can agree to. After this dialogue, I would be very pleased if a smaller technical team comprising technical persons from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of East African Affairs, the PSFU, and other private sector players is set up to follow on the implementation of the recommendations. As I conclude, as PSFU, we pledge our commitment to continue working with each of you in this room and those watching us on other platforms to build a better economy that provides decent jobs to our young people through entrepreneurship. Lastly, allow me to appreciate the MasterCard Foundation for trusting us to be credible partners, PSFU, for not only making this event happen, but also entrusting us with the responsibility to create over 300,000 work opportunities for the young people in Uganda. Thank you very much. I think we can clap for them. My plea to government is to partner with us in the private sector to jointly make these opportunities a reality. For God and my country, signed Honorable Dr. Eli Karuhanga, Chairman, Board of Directors, Private Sector Foundation. Thank you very much, and we wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you. Over to the birthday boy, or? Oh, okay.
We can let the birthday boy rest out a little bit. We'll be getting back to him. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, for the remarks and the remarks on behalf of our board chairman. Now we'll be getting into setting the scene. In part of the remarks that Mr. Asimwe did give was being able to assess the situation, look at the challenges and see how you can be able to mitigate them. He clearly earlier on told us about the prior challenges before the integration, or before we would think about one East Africa. I love to call it one country called East Africa. Some of these challenges still exist. Some are at individual level. Others are still at, higher levels where countries need to agree on particular issues. And that's the kind of stage and scene that Mr. Koti Paul Lakuma is going to be setting for us. He is coming through to look at the status of the East African community, the implications to investment, trade, and job creation as well. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Mr. Paul Koti Lakuma to try and give us a picture. Where are we, or are we talking about something that is ambiguous? Welcome, please.
Thank you, Mildred. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of PSFU, the leadership of MasterCard Foundation, the board of governors, PSFU, and all ranking members of the business community, and well wishes. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Koti Paul Lakuma. I'm a research fellow with the Economic Policy Research Center. I'll present a paper on the status of ESC, implications to investment, trade, and trade and job creation. This is a paper written by the Trade Department in EPRC, led by Justine Luwede and Dr. Isaac Shinyakwa. So I'm presenting their views, but I strongly believe in these views also. Thank you very much. That's as I stated earlier. That's the topic. So as you know, and has been stated by the CEO of PSFU, we have been joined by a new member, that is the DRC, and that's new opportunities, but also presents new challenges. The entry of DRC has several implications, and it means that now the East Africa community has an estimated population of 200 million people. That's a lot of people and a lot of opportunities, and a GDP, a combined GDP of 200 billion. According to labor force surveys of the different disparate countries, East Africa community is youthful. It's full of people who are between 15 and 35 years old. And these account for 60% of the population. 60% will be about 120 million. So 120 million East Africans, which includes Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, South Sudan, and the traditional members, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. Up to 120 million of East Africans are youth between 15 and 15 and 30 years old. So that's a lot of opportunities, but it's also a lot of challenge, because if this section of the community is not skilled, or or we don't create job-full investment, it's a challenge, because they are young, they're energetic, and they can be a recipe for a lot of other undesirable actions. But if we put them to good use, it could drive the growth to East Africa. So as we speak, we should put into recognition that youth unemployment remains a great concern for the region, because a lot of our young people are youthful, and a lot of them are out of jobs. However, as mentioned by the CEO PSFU, we have come a long way. But we still have, there's a scope for improvement. We have come a long way because the private sector has been growing. As you know, 20 years ago, the public sector was the biggest sector, the biggest single sector, but now the private sector, I think, explains up to 60% of all the activities in the East Africa region. There has also been structural transformation where we have moved from agriculture to the services sector. That's good, but it has implications because we have skipped one important sector, which is the industrial sector. We have moved straight from agriculture to services, which is structural transformation nevertheless, but as you know, the services cannot accommodate, cannot create very many jobs, though it is the highest level of development because the jobs there are high paying, and they tend to use a lot of technology. But there's a problem that the industrial sector has grown at a slower pace, explains about a quarter of the economy, while the services explains about half of the economy, which is 50%. Also, the outbreak of COVID-19 has exacerbated job losses and made it worse through widespread farm closure, permanent layoffs in both industry and services, and a rapid slowdown of activity, particularly in the urban informal sector, and a movement of labor back to agriculture. So the agricultural sector benefited a lot from COVID-19. A lot of people went back to agriculture, but these other sectors suffered. Actually, there was a backward movement, as a lot of papers would show. So the purpose of this presentation is to look at the opportunities in EAC, the threats, the market requirements, and the market requirements. Let's look at the employment rates, unemployment rates in East Africa. Kenya has the highest unemployment rate at 10.4%. Tanzania is at 2.1%. The other nations, apart from South Sudan and DRC, have a single-digit unemployment rate. Tanzania is 2.1, very low. That's the general one. Uganda, 2.4% unemployment rate, very low. Rwanda, 1.35%, very low. Burundi, 1.55%, very low. South Sudan, double-digit at 12.6%. And Kenya, as I said, 10.4%. DRC could be about 15%, but that's the general unemployment rate. And that unemployment rate masks a lot of issues because it's the general one, it's unsegmented. It masks a lot of issues. You may think it's all well. And as you know, unemployment rate, the concept is measured by, did you work in the last 1 week? That's the question. So if you did any work in the last 1 week, you are employed. You are not unemployed. But let's unmask that. If we are to look at the youth between 15 and 35, people between 15 and 35 years old, who we have said 120 million. 120 million people in East Africa. In Kenya, 30% are unemployed. In Tanzania, 25% of those are unemployed. Uganda, 31% are unemployed. Rwanda, 14.7%. Burundi, up to a half of the youth in Burundi are unemployed. South Sudan, 34%. And DRC, another half is not employed. So you can see, in my estimation, it could be between 60 and 80 million persons who are between 15 and 35 years old are unemployed in East Africa community, and that's a serious policy challenge, and we need to think about how to create investments and opportunities to accommodate these people at the best stage of their years, at their youth. Imagine if you are 15 and 35 and you have nothing to do. It would have been frustrating. And I think we need to think about it, and that's the purpose of this meeting, to push that agenda, to see that we create up to 120 million jobs for Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, and South Sudan. We need to create up to 120 million jobs. A very insurmountable task, but possible. So let's look at the status of our economy, the structure of our economy. While the service sector explains, and I mentioned this earlier, while the service sector explains 50% of the economy, it is not jobful. A lot of the jobs are in the agricultural sector, and up to 80% of the jobs are in the agricultural sector. However, the jobs in agricultural sector are low-wage jobs without social protection, without any job security, and in activities which do not require a lot of skills, activities such as weeding, planting, and harvesting. So we see the level of challenge we have. The service sector is the second biggest sector in East Africa, and then comes industry. However, there has been emerging themes, particularly in Uganda. These themes were initially there in Kenya. They were here in Uganda also, but they are now re-emerging in Uganda. The theme of agro-industrialization. And this is value addition in horticulture and manufactures of agricultural items, or adding value to agricultural items. And we expect in the short term and medium term for this sector to create some of the jobs, some of the 120 million jobs we need. Other sectors which could offer opportunities is tourism. As you know, tourism has been a magical center of growth, contributing up to $2 billion US dollars. That's for Uganda alone. For Kenya, it's up to 5 billion. But tourism was affected by COVID-19 and now by the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. However, we still need to emphasize investment in the sector and encourage those who want to participate in the sector. Other opportunities are business services or conference services. Rwanda has been a trailblazer in this aspect, built around a lot of hotels which are integrated with conference facility to host international conferences, to facilitate international conference tourism. However, as you know, that was also affected by COVID-19, and there were several big meetings supposed to be held in East Africa. For Uganda, we were supposed to hold the non-aligned movement meeting, I think the 79th convention. That was cancelled. That's an opportunity lost. In Rwanda, they were supposed to host the CHOGAM. Remember we hosted CHOGAM here in 2007? Rwanda was supposed to host one. It was postponed for 2 years. I think this year they will finally host it. That's also an opportunity lost. As you know, Nairobi is a hub for international meetings. Also, COVID affected that opportunity. There are other opportunities in production and manufacturing. Construction has been a growth driver, especially in Uganda. Construction has been such a big sector, and there was a lot of room and opportunity in the construction sector, particularly between 2010 and 2020. We saw a lot of construction, and even during COVID, the president designated construction as an essential sector. So a lot of construction activities continued, and it contributed in driving growth of the economy. Other sectors are mining, which we have not exploited very well. There's potential in the mining sector in Uganda, but has not been fully exploited. Congo I can't even tell you. I don't even have to speak about it. The CEO just mentioned in the speech by the chairman that it's the biggest producer of cobalt. A lot of metallic and rocks which go into production of mobile phones. A lot of rare minerals are found in Congo and Tanzania. Tanzania has the Tanzanite, as you know, very rare mineral, very valuable. The mining sector in Tanzania has shown the biggest potential in terms of generating revenue for the country. Only that it was affected by governance issues, particularly corruption and stealing of minerals, which were rectified in the last 5 years through radical reforms in the mining sector, led by the presidency. The Kenyan mining sector is not as promising as the rest, relative to the rest of East Africa. Then there's oil and gas. I think Uganda is a lead in oil and gas in East Africa. Right now, South Sudan, at the moment, South Sudan is the leader in production of oil and gas, earning about $2 billion a year. However, Uganda is poised to take that position in the short run because we are going to be the 4th biggest producer in Africa. The 4th biggest producer after Algeria, after Nigeria, and Angola. Uganda will come 4th. So that's an area and big opportunities there, and which are poised to, in my conservative estimation, to push Uganda's economy to be an economy of about, and you can't believe this number is quite big, 500 billion by 2050. We will be bigger than South Africa by 2050 if we exploit fully our oil and gas sector. However, oil and gas sector comes with a lot of challenges, especially if the macro management systems are weak, and it could affect other sectors through appreciation of the real exchange rate and growth of the non-tradable sectors, such as telecommunication, haircut, salon, beauty, things which are not subject to an international price, could overgrow and overpower tradable sectors which earn exports and drive competitiveness in a country, things like agriculture. So we need to be careful how we manage and how much of the oil money we reinvest in the country, because it could also affect tax potential. So it provides an opportunity of our economy becoming bigger than the economy of South Africa at the moment by 2050, but also we must watch out for the challenges. I don't even mention the disputes which could arise out of revenue sharing mechanism with the host communities, with fiscal transfers to local government, and that. And also, so what do we see here? There's a need to improve productivity in agriculture, to improve opportunities and absorbing excess labor. Even if we have oil cannot employ as many people as agriculture would. So still, agriculture presents the biggest potential for driving employment. Education will be key because we need skills, and we need and we need to be competitive in the region. At the moment, relative to the rest of East Africa, Kenya seems to be more competitive in terms of skill creation, professional skills, running hotels, running business services. Kenya seems to be ahead. I think we could borrow from them. One of their secret is they had professional schools, though a lot of those professional schools have also been converted to universities, so I don't know. Things like Utalii College, the Railway College, Kenya School of Monetary Studies, Kenya School of Government. We had our own here. We have our UMI, which was to train government officials, but I see now it's more of a university offering degree courses. That's good. It expands and democratizes education, but also it waters down the initial objectives of the institution, which was, like for UMI, train public servants to be ethical and drivers of development in the country. As I mentioned, in regard to education, the proportion of people working in agriculture also decreases with education. Highly educated people tend not to participate in agriculture. More than 80% of the population participating in agriculture do not have education, and we need to emphasize the need for education. I think we have education programs which are trying to address that. One of them is UPE program and USE. It has addressed several objectives of its intent. Its intent was to drive access. I think that has been achieved. I think now the thing is to look at now quality of UPE, USE programs and sustainability of USE and UPE programs. How fiscally viable are they going to the future as the population grows? Can the government continue buying textbooks for everybody? Can it fill the gap being covered now by the private sector, private schools? And all those questions arise. So let's look at the opportunities within ESC. There's an industrial policy for ESC which outlines 14 strategic measures, including increasing market access through competitive industrial sector. Priorities area I mentioned earlier: agro processing, fertilizer and agrochemical, iron ore and other minerals processing, pharmaceuticals, petrochemicals and gas processing, and biofuels. Okay, here I think agro-processing, we are moving towards there. All the countries are moving towards there. The production of iron ore, I think Congo and Kenya and Tanzania are moving out there. Uganda is also preparing to mine its iron ore. Mineral processing, I think we have a gold processing facility at Entebbe, which was contributing up to $500 million US until disputes arose regarding taxation of the activity, and the activity disappeared for, I don't know how we can bring that back. Pharmaceuticals, we're doing very well. I see a lot of drug companies, Kampala Pharmaceutical Industries. There's CPLAC, which is a leader in production of antiretrovirals in Africa, but not in Africa, but East and Central and South Africa, because we export up to Zambia. Petrochemicals, it's an emerging industry, and it depends on how we manage our oil industry, because petrochemical is a residue of the petroleum, the oil and gas sector. So how do we manage the residue from oil and gas sector? That means we have to create a vibrant refining industry which will retain the value from the intermediates, so that we can create plastics, mattresses and stuff like that. Then there's the ESC Vision 2050. It pinpoints the role of industrial sector transformation and establishing forward and backward linkages with other sectors such as agriculture and services to create employment and drive economic growth. Well, this is a vision. It's good to, visions are always big, and you must make your vision bigger than yourself. so that it's a dream. But we need to start putting work to this to make sure there's forward and backward linkages. As in my own estimation, there's little forward and backward linkages. Then there's a youth policy for ESC, which constitute the largest segment of the population, and this youth policy talks to the need for investment and employment for the youth. Also, this has not been actualized. There are documents, but as I say, these are visions. It's we allow for visions to be big, but we need to put some work to the vision. There's the fourth ESC development strategy, which aims at mainstreaming the youth in ESC policies, programs and projects to provide employment. I've seen vibrancy in the youth a lot in East Africa, but mostly in the political front. There's a lot of participation of the youth in the political front. We would like to see more youth participation in the economic front. We shouldn't leave it that, okay, if there are few youth in the parliament, then that's okay. We should have industrialists, captains of industry, entrepreneurs who are also youthful. There's the ESC strategic plan. These calls for mainstreaming women, youth, and children, and persons with disability in the development agenda, and talks about providing them with social protection and community development. Then there's the EACM, which allows for labor migration in search for better wages and education. And as the CEO mentioned, in the earlier years of EAC, traveling to Kenya and Tanzania was an issue. There will be a lot of questions. What are you doing here? What do you want here? Getting a job in those countries was difficult, but now we have streamlined the issues of work permits. A lot of countries have removed the need for work permits. All you need is an ID. A lot of the members, some still require, others it's removed on paper, but when you go there, it's another issue. You face a lot of non-policy issues, but administrative issues. What other challenges could be there? Challenges to do with business environment. The infrastructure is still poor. I think going to Congo is difficult. Even though Congo is a member of the EAC, only Eastern Congo is accessible by road. Western Congo, we will still need to fly. So we have to narrow that infrastructure gap. The rest of East Africa is interconnected by road, but we need cheaper transportation modes by expanding the railway network. For now, the meter gauge can be rehabilitated, but as we look into the future, faster and cheaper means, such as the standard gauge railway, could offer better opportunities. Or what market requirements are required? They were mentioned here earlier. I just repeat them. Improved quality of products to meet standards requirement, and this would also drive productivity. Adoption of digital technology. As you know, mobile money, use of mobile phones, computers, fintech are drivers of growth, and the ease business. The ease and lower the cost of doing business. Access to credit is also still an issue, mainly due to lack of collateral, the informality nature of a lot of enterprises, discrimination, the banks cherry picking their customers. Those are issues of policy which needs to be addressed. Also, there needs to address our curriculum and to address the emerging needs. I see Kenya has come up with a competence-based curriculum. They have abandoned the what's the curriculum we did? It was called the knowledge-based. That's what we studied. We were we were taught to know a lot of stuff. I know a lot of stuff, but I can't use a lot of it. Yeah, but now countries are moving to competence-based. You don't need to know a lot. You just need to know what you can use. You need to know what you can use to drive growth, drive development, and employ yourself and earn some money out of it, than being an encyclopedia, but you can't use your knowledge. So I think also we need to, I'm not saying we adopt it, I'm saying we need to look at it and benchmark and see how we can also bring the CBC, competence-based curriculum here for the changing world, because now the world is becoming digital. We now appreciate musicians, not like in the older days. I think if you told my father you're going to be a musician, I don't know, it would have been a very big case. But now musicians are, the chairman of board, PSFU, is a musician. So it's a career, it's offering opportunities. Acting, the creative arts, artistry, modeling, fashion. Last week I just attended it was a documentary. I was invited for a documentary for a friend of mine who is in the fashion industry. He's a student, second year, Makerere University, but he's a multimillionaire, I'm telling you, because he makes suits and stuff like that. He's already a multimillionaire, yet he's a second year student, just 21 years old. You can see there are a lot of opportunities emerging for the youth outside the traditional lawyer, doctor mentality. Then public-private partnerships to support technical capabilities for local farms. We need to encourage more of these synergies between the public sector and private sector. Uganda has been a leader in this, especially in the energy sector, where we have leveraged resources and capital from the private sector to implement major infrastructural programs which will lower the cost of doing business, particularly in the energy sector. I've mentioned infrastructures, trade facilitation and efficient logistics, efficient border management and clearances processes, research and development to improve innovation and technology. Those are some of the market requirements. There are some threats. The CEO, PSFU, mentioned non-tariff barriers, competition from cheaper imports, especially from our friendly nation. It's a friendly nation, China and India. Then there's also the quality of our population. We are 200 million people, but what's the quality of these 200 million people? Even if you established industries, is there a domestic consumption which could drive growth without looking at exports? So we need to improve the quality of our people to be able to spend, to be able to spend and consume what is produced locally. If we could improve the quality of the 200 million people, then we don't even need to look at exports, because like countries like China, that's what drove the growth. Then there are other issues. The other threats are, this is a fragile place. East Africa is quite fragile politically, and going forward we need to improve on our diplomacy and our the spirit of dialogue between nations, within the nation itself, and between nations. Within the nation, dialogue between different people of different identity and interest, and then between nations itself. Because without peace, like the president says, there's no development. I'm told I've run out of time. I would like to stop there and open up for discussion. Thank you.
I think he deserves a bigger round of applause, because that was That was very elaborate. Many a times when we're discussing integration and discussing these bigger opportunities, we only want to focus on the positives, and we tend to hide the challenges under the table. But he particularly highlighted a number of aspects, and I think this also got into a discussion that I earlier on had with Alan on, we were talking about the price of corn right now, maize rather, which is going up, and yet the price of bran is seemingly coming down, and eggs also, the price of eggs is still low. And in part of the discussion, one was saying, maybe we need to get into manufacturing mayonnaise or dealing with mayonnaise, and one of us asked, how much mayonnaise does Uganda consume? The other was saying, well, we have a lot of consumption of mayonnaise in Rwanda. So the discussion clearly would point to the fact that while you are starting to produce, the question is, can you be able to have what you're producing consumed in your jurisdiction before you get to think about export? Because export also comes with a number of its challenges. But can you be able to even satisfy the market that is just around you? That speaks to the quality of the population that Mr. Kotipol paid attention to. And if we can't forget any, I mean, if we can forget everything, let's not forget when he talks about the kind of education curriculum that we are having. You know, we're studying about Canadian prairies and all those things. Very good to know about them and understand them, but sometimes you ask yourself, how are those helping you currently in your life? You cram about 24 subjects, and in exactly what you're going to do, you'll need about 2 or 3 of those subjects right there. So let's get into our first panel dialogue, which is particularly going to be looking at the implications of the current status of the East African community, agro-industry and job creation. Agriculture, of course, employs a very huge percentage of the people, including here in Uganda, over 68%. And Mr. Kotipol also looked at that being one of the greatest avenues for employment, or to be able to deal with the unemployment factor across East Africa. But how best can we be able to deal with agriculture? The president here in Uganda always talks about commercialization, but how do we lead that way when Mr. Kotipol was clearly talking about issues of access to credit and the banks continuing to do the cherry picking? So to take on this discussion will be Dr. Fred Muhumuza, but just before he comes through, allow me invite the panelists for this particular one. And in no particular order, Mr. Stuart Mwesigwa, who is a board member of the East African Business Council. A round of applause for him as he comes up. Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko, one of my inspiration when it comes to issues of agriculture. She's the Vice Chair Board, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and the Chair Agriculture Sector. Let's welcome her as well. It's free seating, so feel free to sit wherever you will get comfortable with. Also on the panel will be the great man, Mr. Simon Kaheru, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, will be Mr. Ndolere Cleophas, who is an Assistant Commissioner from the Ministry. Let's welcome him as well. Free sitting, feel comfortable wherever you want to. And ladies and gentlemen, to take up this discussion, it will be moderated by Dr. Fred Muhumuza, the economist right there, as we dig deeper into this agriculture sector. Back in the day, we used to say it is the backbone of the country, but that's not the discussion when it speaks to the numbers and contribution to GDP. Let's welcome Dr. Fred Muhumuza.
Just to make sure she doesn't come back. You keep her busy with something. But also it was green like she's dressed. Thank you very much, Mildred. Panelists, you're welcome. Fred Muhumuza is my name, and good morning, everybody. If I was to go back and be requested to draw the map of East African community, I'm sure I would repeat that exam. It has so much changed. There are corners, twists, and all sorts of things about it. That today the ESC is a very complicated thing, but what a blessing that is. And I just want to begin saving time. I'll not get into Paul Akuma's paper, thank you very much, because that's going to be the discussion for us. But I have one question for each of the panelists here. 2 minutes, and I'll begin with the nearest. Let me end with Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko. Tell us why you accepted to be part of this panel. I'm sure they asked you and you agreed. Why?
That
Let me
is very
begin. Yes.
That
I'll
is my
start with you
question.
now that you have the floor.
No problem. I'm here to answer that question which I always ask, where are the women? So, so when I was invited, I'm like, I have to be there. That is the only way I will know that the women are there, and if they are not there, I will have grounds to complain. But, but having said that, we are talking, when I read the title, Job Creation, Trade and Investment, at a time when the whole of Uganda is up in arms because of two things, coffee and fish. This is a time to talk. Because for me, I believe in talking. And last point as to why I'm here. One of the things which is going to happen when we get into this integration, we are talking about trade, investment, and the employment creation. Uganda is very likely going to be in employment loss. Because really, Uganda, we fail to do even the simple things which everybody can do. Why is it that you Ugandans, I'm saying this because when I was abroad, of course, you know when you are in the diaspora and you have these international meetings, whether you are working for the UN or whoever, you still remain a Ugandan. So you get excited when Ugandan is going to speak. Then he gets there and you're like, what is wrong with you? You know your stuff, say it. So I'm here to say we had better do something about this Uganda human resource before the integration. Why can't you Ugandans speak in public? I'm not saying this because I teach public speaking. But many of you, especially you, the technical people, I'm here because I'm afraid. Why did I come? Because I'm afraid that Uganda is being cornered. We may end up being office messengers. I thank you.
That is Honorable Victoria Seksereko, the agriculturalist, the Ugandan woman. Really, she came to make sure if no woman is there, she's going to be here. She just said it. Next, you're on this panel. Why?
Thank you very much, Fred, my fellow Munyoro. It is relevant here because oil and gas and our great kingdom means a lot as far as East Africa is concerned. Yes, I am here. I accepted to come here mainly because I like dialogue. Public speaking is part of my bread and butter. But mainly, I want us, even you who are here and those that are watching us, to get out of the boardroom. We have so many board meetings, boardroom, conferences, symposiums. Let's get out of there and act. We should now think about implementation. DRC has joined us as ESC. South Sudan joined us. We have been here, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. Patrick, I'm sure you can agree with me. We are writing so many things. There's a lot on paper, but implementation is not there. It's not happening. That's why I have accepted to come here to add on the voices of my other colleagues to see that we act. Let us act. Results will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We need to act. The next Operation Soldier is going to be about trade. If we are to act, we need to be in Congo. And we need to go there. The DRC, the uniforms are already there. They are doing the roads. They are securing the peace. We need to act. They are acting. I think that's the key message. Next, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not going to speak about tribe because I'll cause a problem here. And my gender is of no consequence. I asked Paul Busharizi this morning, do you think these things are useful? These dialogues that we keep attending? And I was asking that very same question. And one of the reasons I'm here is to make these conversations useful. especially because I'm going to use this opportunity to, as always, speak to our colleagues in the government, my friend here, and the ones who are down there, to tell them what we, the private sector, expect of them, what they can do better, but even more importantly, what we can do well together to grow business across this region. Then the second reason is to show off this shirt that I'm wearing. Yes, and to Stuart's point about we talk a lot but we don't implement, you look around and look at yourselves. What do you have on you right now that is made in East Africa or even Uganda? Clothing, face mask, your pen, your notebook, what? We talk about import substitution, but what do we do? And this shirt specifically is important because it was made in Uganda. But I bought it from a lady, a Ugandan, yeah, you may clap, Mildred, thank you. I bought it off a Ugandan lady using the website gigi.ug after having bought a similar one in Kenya using gigi.ke from a Kenyan fabrics designer. I paid 100,000 shillings equivalent in Kenya and 70,000 in Uganda. But to what Paul Cotti said earlier, this fabric, where did it come from? And he talked about a friendly country. Remember? Remember that statement, a friendly country? And so one of the things that we need to highlight and underscore, I hope we will during this panel discussion, is that end to end. If I'm wearing a Ugandan-made or Kenyan-made shirt, good. But where is the value along that chain? And how do we identify it for our East Africans? Thank you very much.
Very interesting. I bought mine from a Ugandan. The fabric is from Ghana. I don't know where exactly the cotton came from. Could be Pakistan. Is that the ES we want to talk about? This is the conversation we really must make work. End-to-end encryption, if you have seen your social media protection. We must secure these markets. Otherwise, it's going to be just dialogue and talk and talk. How do we add value to this conversation? So, Commissioner, you are representing the minister. Like the CEOs here said, is now the chair. You are now the minister.
Thank you, Dr. Mhumza. First, sir, before I answer that question, let me appreciate the organizers of this meeting and for the opportunity to have this dialogue. And as a disclaimer, just to mention something regarding the shirt, I would also be putting on a similar shirt if it weren't for government standing orders which require that a public servant must be donned in a necktie. That is a disclaimer, sir.
We are in the business of changing orders. There was a Kaunda suit.
One of the recommendations.
I see Nigerians doing it, so we are going to take this. Buy Uganda, build Uganda, the tie should be off.
One of the recommendations perhaps that could come from this dialogue is that we also change the standing orders for government to do away with the necktie so that we can also be a little free.
Minute taker, please take note of that.
Having said that, sir, the major reason I came here, as you heard, I'm an assistant commissioner in charge of marketing. My everyday food, my everyday thoughts are in how do we get our products on the market. And these products to get on the market must be there. Ultimately, any investor, any producer, agriculturist, name it, they want money in the pocket. Without money in the pocket, I don't think, as the president said, we must move away from the, is it called echida, to work for the stomach. And it is the market that can bring that money. So the major reason I'm here is to listen to how do we get to those markets through investing and getting better quality products through industrialization and value addition, and to listen to the captains of business. The second one, sir, is of course to listen to other challenges which the private sector is facing. It would be a disservice to our stakeholders, the private sector, if as government technical people, as Dr. Sechitoriko said, if we sat behind our desks and assumed that we know what the players need. So I believe that this dialogue, like many other before, will also make recommendations on which government can build to make policy interventions. I want Simon, my friend, to also comfort you by giving you a simple example that every day many of us go to religious centers. Isn't that so? And there are summons and summons and summons. Some people get saved, others don't get saved. But the bishops and the reverends and the priests and the pastors never give up. So, my friend, don't give up in dialoguing and talking, because the Bible also says that my word never comes back to me empty. So the word of the private sector also never comes out empty. Government always listens. Government always listens. Dr. Mumza, those are the reasons we are here, to listen and to take back recommendations for implementation. And lastly, when Honorable Bart asked me to sit in for him, he told me if there is no message that this dialogue takes, just one message: let us leave words and act. He told me that. He used the word in our language called echikome. He said, let's not be like people on the fireside. On the fireside you talk, and then tomorrow you say, let's meet there again, you talk. This is not a fireside for talking only. He said, let us act. Sir, those are the three reasons, the key reasons that I really accepted with passion to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And talking we're actually going to do, and we're going to expect you to act. Thank you very much for coming in on that note. Now, a week ago or so, I went to follow the Hoima Kaiso Tonya Road. It's in my area, but I say, let me just go and see what is happening before the oil flows. Guess what I found? A very nice tarmac road, 81 or 82 kilometers. You really drive at whichever speed you want, because there is literally no traffic on the road. The tarmac road is waiting for oil. And I'm like, look, who said this was an oil road? If I put goats there and what, can't I trade? It's an empty road. And then at the end of it all, it goes and makes a small circle and comes back by the lakeside. There is no construction of a thing like a port or a ferry or anything. But just across the lake, you can see the hills of the DRC. And DRC is our trading partner number 3. But that particular Kaiso Tonya end is empty. And so I sat down and chatted with the young boys. And they told me, yeah, we are here. They were weaving their nets. They said, this morning we caught 6 fish, which they sold at 17,000. Schoolboys. Is this how we are going to manage the East African community? Do all the infrastructure and do nothing on it. The government is here to listen. I would start with Stuart. You know the area. What message should the Assistant Commissioner take back to his ministry? What is it that we must do? That's so that they can act to benefit from the end of the DRC, leave alone South Sudan, leave alone Kenya. This morning I was chasing the statistics. Kenya is our biggest trading partner in terms of exports, South Sudan and DRC. They are within. What do we do? Stuart.
Thank you, Fred, our moderator once again, and our commissioner in the seat of the minister. One thing is we need to appreciate when government opens their ear to listen to the private sector. We're always saying we are the engine of the economy, but many policies deter us from actually having our engine operate. We have issues process, for example, of harmonization of standards, we the manufacturers, if I can talk as roofings and a manufacturer, as the Uganda Manufacturers Association, we are trying to do as much as possible to invest in the country, to create jobs, but trading amongst ourselves as East Africa is a problem. One, you as a Ministry of Industry, we understand through the Uganda National Bureau of Standards that sometimes they lack capacity to enforce or to implement certain values that would have been of trading balance between countries. We have been talking about eggs, but this goes even to steel and other products. We want to trade with Kenya, but you find that our standard is not actually rhyming with their standard. In a way, that takes away our jobs. In a way, that takes away our quality product. Madam Victoria is here. Much as she could do the best to have a standard item that can even be exported to earn dollars in the European countries, the item now is branded Ugandan without saying it's either Yuga chick or what. They just say the steel from Uganda is substandard, which makes us lose that market. That bad publicity goes across. Why would the man from DRC come to us to buy when he knows, after reading in the paper, that a certain product was impounded as it crossed to Kenya, and it could not be allowed to go on that market because of being substandard? So we need to work together with the government and emphasize on standards, value addition, and at the end of the day, that actually helps us to do the import substitution we are talking about. If I go to buy Uganda, build Uganda, yes, we need to be proudly Ugandan. We need to first love our own. Simon is setting the example. Thank you very much. But now, even you find with buy Uganda, build Uganda, I think there's something going to happen soon by the ministry. We only hear them talk about it just when there's an event that is going to happen. Now we want sponsorship. We want to promote buy Uganda, build Uganda. This should be a day-to-day issue. Why can't we go to our radio stations, ask for airtime, which, or even the government can push a policy for that, to say every radio station, every TV must spare 30 minutes to purposely do nothing but promote awareness and encourage we the Ugandans to consume our own products. That will help us to love our own. That will help us to increase on how much we consume. And once this story goes on, and especially geared to the youth who should come up as they go in the studies, not knowing that an imported shirt is the best that I can put on. They should. When I was in primary school, we had uniforms. All schools, I think, in Uganda, we used to call it ginger, because it was made in ginger, I think, Nightil. Imagine how much money was rotating within the country just because of school uniforms alone. How many jobs were there because people are working in Nightil? Tailors, etc., the shopkeepers who are selling this. So, agriculture, way to go. When we were young, we used to be encouraged to have our cotton garden. Everybody would have your own cotton garden. Then you go and sell. You make money. Even if it wasn't for school fees, but you would have pocket money in your pocket. It is encouraging you to be productive. It is encouraging you to act. So from a small garden, you could actually think of having a serious acreage for cotton growing. These are things which, if you are doing this as a youth, it is easy to do it when you are at my age, because it has been in your system. We need to really ensure that as a region, we work together to discourage importation of goods that are locally manufactured. We have a lot of products. I would not be shy to talk about steel. Why should steel that can be produced in Uganda, that can be produced in Kenya, be allowed to be imported by South Sudan or DRC Congo if they are actually part of us? By importing, we are losing the dollar, which we are crying so much to gain, but as well, every dollar that we send away, that is a job lost. Our youth, who are the future, they need these jobs. I don't know whether I am still having more time to continue.
I will get back to you certainly, because I
Okay.
want to wave into that conversation.
Yes.
You've raised quite a number of important issues. The issue of standards, UNBS is here, but also we know in marketing, your opponents will want to kill you up, which is publicity. And quite often we do bad publicity for ourselves. How do we market ourselves so that other people can notice us? Because your opponent is not going to be kind to you. They will do anything to destroy your good quality. So many times UNBS does its part, the manufacturers do their part, the media is not helping us. And there is a media person here. How do we tap? Because marketing is about impressions, communication. How do you sell sand to the Arabs? Simon.
The Arabs will never buy sand. Let's first agree.
So what do we sell to them? Go on.
So let's identify what to sell to them. But, you know, okay, speaking on behalf of the media, Bush, Paul Busharizi is called Bush. Bush, speaking on your behalf, it's not the job of the media to sell the country, to sell our positives, and so on and so forth. It's our role. We, both the public sector and private sector, the media is there to report what we're doing. If we do things wrong, if we do things in a haphazard manner, if we are confused in our approach or unclear, then the media will definitely report that confusion. One of the headlines in today's New Vision is about an age detection machine that's being procured at a cost of 2 billion shillings. No journalist dreamt this up. A certain government official went and said certain things in Parliament, of all places. Where's the focus that we place as Ugandans on the things that we think are important to us and for us?
And what's the purpose anyway?
When Honorable Sechitoleko made her opening remarks, she mentioned the coffee deal, which coffee deal everybody has been talking about except me for the last 2 weeks. And very few of the people who are talking about it have actually read the MOU, have actually internalized the details. On Twitter, we had a discussion with some journalists, and the question was posed by one of Mildred's colleagues: have the journalists covered this story sufficiently? No, they hadn't. There's not been any analysis into it. There's a lot of sensationalism. And as a country, even as a region, by the way, we shouldn't be talking about only Uganda. As a region, we are not yet in that position which Paul Lakuma called the quality of Ugandans. We are not yet in that position where we say, this is our aspiration. We've not picked up a vision that says, let's actually make this region of 400 million people a power for the world to deal with. We are still pussyfooting around small issues in many ways. And that's why the media is not capable of doing what they should do. Now, the challenge therefore falls to us. We all agreed at the beginning that this room is full of leaders in the public sector, starting with the Honorable Minister next to me, and captains of industry. These are the people running the economy. So what is important for us? When we talk about this region that we call the East African Community, do we understand how big it is? Not big in terms of only size, but I had a statistic 3 weeks ago, that this, after the DRC joins, is the 4th largest economic trading bloc in the world. Can you imagine that? 4th largest in the world. These 400 million people, 400 plus million people. What are we producing that we can take to the world? Where is our focus? As a region, even the conversations that we are having now about the DRC joining the East African Community are still focused on what can we sell to the DRC? Which I don't think is where we are supposed to be thinking. We're supposed to be working out how do we harness this addition to improve what we are producing, both in terms of quality and quantity, to position what we have rightly to the rest of the world. We should not be competing with Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya, TZ. No, we should be putting together what we have, identifying where our advantages are. Those fish that you found the boys selling, I hope you're the one who paid them that 17,000. What fish is that? What is the rest of the world interested in that fish? How do we package it? Which manufacturers do we bring in? Is UNBS aware? Is the Ministry of Agriculture involved? You know, taking things to that bigger level. Once we've done that, then we can talk about publicity, because we'll have things that we can actually market out there. For now, we are still going to be here talking about Enrica, that lady, and coffee, but talking about it on the surface.
Interesting. I actually missed buying the big fish because I couldn't find them. So I bought mukene. That is all there was at the lake. I hope we are not just going to be selling mukene to the DRC. And it's very possible that that's all we shall have to sell to the DRC. We have the whole lake and many of these things. We need to do a lot of things. And I'm going to go to Honorable Victoria Sektoroko. But let me first ask all of you who have eaten a chapati. How much of that chapati is Ugandan? Now we begin to realize the wheat is from Ukraine. The cooking oil is from Malaysia. So every time you buy a chapati of 1,000 shillings, what value is Ugandan? Besides the eggs are from the Netherlands. The charcoal is our environment really being destroyed. So it's a negative. So what is Ugandan? Even as we say we are going to sell things to DRC, what are we going to take to the DRC? And there is an academic conversation I was reading this morning about supply chains and value chains. People confuse the two. A supply chain begins from the input. You put in lots of things, and then you end up with putting a product on somebody's shelf. But whatever you put there may not actually be your own thing. A value chain begins with a consumer. What value do they want? What flavor do they want? When do they want it? How do I present it to them sustainably, consistently, to their comfort, to their belief? And then you work backwards to what inputs do I need to do this? And quite a lot of our things are agro-industrialization. And that takes me to Honorable Victoria Sektoreko. What should our agriculture look like? And what linkages should we have with the industrialists so that we can actually talk the value the market needs? We need to put a goat or a rabbit on the Saudi's plate. What should it look like? How do we go about this challenge? Honorable.
First of all, I'm really happy that the minister wants to know what we want. The current policy of government is actually the program approach, but whatever you do, make sure it is the whole value chain, you know, from beginning to end is taken care of. In my view, that is not going to happen until and unless we have human resources who understand and can practice what we are talking about. Because it all starts with the policies. Then we look at the budget. Because currently we are talking about agro-industrialization. But when you look into the budget, for example, if we can look at coffee, which is now the topic, when you go to the budget and you look at the Ministry of Agriculture, there is a bit of money there through UCDA to produce more coffee. But when it comes to industrialization, the Ministry of Trade has commercial officers in every district who do not have any money to do anything. And I know this because I'm very pro cooperatives. So I go to the 4 different districts I belong to in detail to find out. I belong to Bujiri because my mother is from there, Jinja, my father is from there, Butambala, my husband is from there, and Kampala, I live here. So I go to all those districts and I ask, So what is in it for coffee in your district? So they're like, what are you talking about? That is private sector. And I'm like, yes, but as government, you are supposed to do ABCD. I have been on the case of the coffee officer in Jinja for the last 2 months, just for him to go and look at my coffee. And really, honestly, this Victoria sectorial talking, if this man is not coming to my farm, whose farm is he going to? So, if the government is serious, it had better put the money, our money, where our mouth is. If you say you are going to support the coffee value chain, then support all of it. That is one. Two, be consistent. When you are in government, you cannot practice loose talk, you cannot joke, because whenever you are speaking, we know that you are pronouncing policy. So, that means I want to know what I want, stop loose talk, and be consistent. If you say you are going to develop coffee, don't turn around and start making agreements which I don't know about. You are making our life difficult, because my job is to convince the youth to join the coffee value chain. Then as I'm bringing out the red carpet and the chairs, you pull it from under their feet and say, oh no, on second thoughts, I'm going to do this. I'm definitely sure that is not all you are doing, but they don't know what else you are doing. So many of them these days are telling me, they are going into Fene, they are going into, basically because of the inconsistency and loose talk in government. So what do we want? Don't do anything which involves us without us. After all, we are always here. In summary, nothing about us without us. And that is as Ugandans. Now, as women, always remember to make sure that the women are involved. You know, when I was talking earlier, I mentioned the coffee and the fish. Why the fish? You see, most of the fish smoking and fish trade, which is when we have added a bit of value, is by women. So when the Uganda government brings out a policy which allows a Chinese to take a boat and catch the fish, what will my grandson catch? You are saying that they are catching the just 5 fish. And do you know who has taken all the fish? So are we creating employment or unemployment? You disable my son who was planning to actually do fishing. You disable my aunt who was selling fish, because that is how she has been putting bread on the table. So when I say we want consistent policies, you want to develop fish, you want to do fish development, develop the sector, involve everybody, talk to us. For example, when you say we are overfishing, if it is our fish and we are all in it together, then I shall respect that idea of the fish breeding grounds. But if you bring in the Chinese, in Rusoga we would say, Chifuse chirwanire, it is fighting, the strongest will be the one to eat. Then, while we are talking about talking, we talk about Bubu. Ministry of Trade specifically came out with this idea of Bubu, and some of us really bought it. I don't put anything on my car. The only poster which is on my car is Bubu, but I seem to be alone. So what happened? When you talk about something and we are following you, don't desert us. By now, I would have expected to see a Bubu shop at Entebbe Airport. And trust me, whenever I travel, because I never lose hope and I never give up, I keep walking in the hope that this time it may be there. It is not there. I go to Busia. I keep asking, is there a Bubu shop here? What is Bubu? Bubu Nichi. And I'm like, are we serious? So be consistent, involve us, and talk about us. And once again about talking about us, when we talk about pharmaceuticals in April 2022, and somebody is counting Cipra and quality chemicals and so on and so forth, where is Jenna? Where is Covidex? It is Covidex which banned the COVID from here. Are we ashamed of talking about it? Let me tell you what is happening with Covidex. because I was in the diaspora and I have got many friends in the diaspora. Last Christmas, when I would ask people, so and so is coming, what should I send you? Just Covidex. It has gone as far as Australia. I've got a niece there. She asked for two things. She wanted Covidex and Kalo. She still calls it Maganje because she's been there for 15 years. I told her, no, these days we have got Numa, which is superb. Says, just send. So, when you are talking about us, be specific. Don't speak like we are distant relatives. We are your business. So, if you are talking about pharmaceuticals, say Covidex. If you are talking about food, say Kalo, say millet. Then finally, this thing, I want to stop where I started, human resources. This thing of value chain development, we honestly have to do skilling, but not only skilling the school dropouts, because somebody asked, I remember I was attending a meeting where we were trying to get money to skill the school dropouts. And the donor asked, why do you wait for them to drop out of school? Catch them when they are still there. Because they are there. So one, let us skill everybody. Two, let government be coordinated. Because honestly, I have failed to understand. I've told you I look at these districts in detail. In Kampala, we have got Ntinda Technical College. I don't know the full name, but it is in Ntinda, funded by by Korea, South Korea. It is beautiful. It is modern. You think of it, and that equipment is in that place. But it is not even half occupied. Then you walk, really physically walk on foot, you get to Nakawa, you find another technical college, then you walk, that is before you get Nakawa Market, you find a presidential technical college for skilling youths, then you walk for another 1 kilometer and you find Lugogo Technical College. And except for Lugogo, all the others are not full. If we are serious about skilling, can we, like I was saying, call us by name? Can somebody really wake up and just make sure that these children go there? Because they are there, but we who are the leaders are not, if need be, force them. You have no job, you have got to contribute. So force them. There is a college here, go there. So that is one. Two, for these graduates we are saying they are not employable, I'm glad PSFU is doing something about it. But of course, PSFU is very small. We cannot be everywhere. I'm asking what the minister wants to know what we want. Please skill all those children, irrespective of where they are, so that they can be part of the economy, so that they can speak the language of the economy. Thank you.
The minister is listening, and I'm not going to dare his listening mode. So I want to get to you from the audience, because the minister will come in. And I also see there is another right honorable coming in later, and I don't want to eat into that time. Where are the comments and questions from the audience as I come in? I hear lots of messages. Buy Uganda, build Uganda. We have had examples here that even when you buy it in Uganda, it's possibly not Ugandan. Right from the chapati to the shirts, it's just Ugandan. When do we produce Ugandan things? Skilling Ugandans, I was looking at the statistics, and unfortunately, these were statistics of 2017. And I was wondering, who is keeping the records for us? This is 2021. If you go to the statistical abstract by the Bureau of Statistics of 2021, the information of transition from primary 7 to senior 1 is of 2017. So how do you plan a skilling program based on data that is 5 years old? And that data was telling me only 60% sit primary 7 of those who began P1. And of the 60% who sit, only 60% transition to senior 1. That is 36%. Who are we going to skill when all of them are getting lost along the way and they are going to fish and earn 13,000 shillings out of 7 fish? Questions, comments? Yes, I see a hand over there. Please take the microphone there. I see another hand. I want to pick about 4 or 5 hands and then I'll get back to my panel to make a conclusion here. There is a lady in there, you'll tell us your name. Or you are not going to touch the mic so you can walk to the front, and then there should be a sprayer after you. We are reminded COVID is still alive. So I have number 1, I have number 2, number 3, and number 4, and number 5, and then I close it. You are number 2, sir. Go by those numbers. I don't want to reach number 7 for obvious reasons. Okay, number 6. Now I've reached number 7. You know what number 7 means in this country? I didn't want to reach it. You have the floor, madam. Please take a minute or two so that we can go through all the 7 numbers. Is it on?
Thank you so much, Doctor. Violet Kabasinti-Chiberu is my name, and I'm the country contact representative for Shandong Foreign Trade College in Shandong. I stand here to ask the private sector. 1, the Bible says, never remove a web from someone's other eye before you remove yours. Private Sector Foundation has a membership, the strong ones, of 257 now, maybe 58, 300, and in 27 years. That means, by simple mathematics, you take on 10 new complete members, forgetting the other 2.5 million members, because those are the sub-small groups that you have aided. Can private sector try to see, because I know that in Uganda we have more than the 300 business persons that are doing well, that we can add on that group. So private sector, to me, yes, we've done a good job, but we need to add on. And why I started by saying that I'm the country representative for Shandong is, 1, in Shandong they have what they call economic village zoning. And with the economic village zoning, they look at exactly, I'll talk for Hoima district because I'm from Hoima. If it is Hoima, what is it that Hoima we can do best? What is it that in Jinja, as Honorable has said, what is it that Jinja can do best? So as a public-private policy, my request and my humble suggestion to the policymakers is, 1, as Uganda joining, or we already, and we are part of the East African community, but can we find out what best can each region, can each district, can each company produce best, such that when you're making those policies, you're sure to say, yes, if we are going to take this to Congo, that can come from Karamoja. Other than saying, you know, and the youths we have, for example, right now, we have so many youths, and they said in East Africa, 120 are unemployed. But you find that these youths have very good ideas, and very good programs. The government has money, Mr. Commissioner, sir. The government has given out money, but the money in our districts, people do not know about them, do not know about it. When you ask someone like Honorable said, Bubu, Bubu, someone will say, what is Bubu? The other time I was in Mbale meeting senior officials of Mbale district. They didn't know Private Sector Foundation. So kindly, my humble request and question is, as we are making the policies, can we try to see, can we have this zoning? I am here to help, because right now I'm working with the parish development model to find out what best can we do. Please,
thank you.
We are here and ready to work. Thank you.
I think the message is clear. We zoned the country, policy consistency. We seem to have lost out that zoning. I hear we are building industrial parks. What are they supposed to process per region? What is unique about them? Where was my number 2? Please don't go beyond 1.5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is
is Kalachi Brown, a journalist from CTV. I would love my question to go to the gentleman that is supporting Uganda. My question is very simple. We have cared so much about...
Simon.
Yeah. We have cared so much about what we want to take to the world, but less about who is taking it. If it is not Ugandans that are taking that, and most of the people taking that to the world are foreigners, which is also good if Ugandans cannot do that, but we're not certain that the proceedings that are going to come from that are going to stay here. So we're not gaining value from that. So how much are we doing to make sure that it's Ugandans participating in taking that which we want to take to the world?
Number 3.
Thank you, moderator, and my good friend, Dr. Momoza, and of course, Trout. I have a disclaimer that I only have friends in Hoima, I don't come from there. My name is David Livingston Ebiru, the Executive Director of Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I wanted to assure the private sector and Mr. Strout on the issue of harmonization of standards that within the East African community, possibly standards is the most integrated we can talk about since that community was established. We have harmonized majority of our standards to facilitate free movement of our goods within the community. However, what remains is what we call non-tariff barriers. These are basically issues of protectionism other than standards. The items that have been listed have nothing to do with standards because all of them are certified against the same common East African standards. Whether it's steel, whether it's maize, whether it's milk, whether it's beef, whether it's chicken, name it. My advice and the good opportunity with DRC is that let's start looking outside our dominant markets. And even the problem of East Africa is actually with one particular country, not everybody else. So the issue is therefore that if we can get alternative markets, then we can address that challenge, because as DRC comes, it is demanded that DRC should comply with the harmonized standards as well. So we have notified all our standards. Once you have a quality mark certified by UNBS, you are not supposed to question that product. You can only follow it with UNBS if there is an issue, but not with somebody moving his goods. You are not supposed to stop these goods. And that is the existing protocol. And therefore, our goods that are certified must be allowed to freely move. And where there are challenges, please draw it to our attention, because we have a mechanism under the East African Standards Council or Committee to actually address some of those non-tariff barriers that are associated with standards. So standards should now be more of an enabler or market access tool than really a limitation, because that is what people are now hiding on. If you cannot win them on price, they will hide on quality standards. So we have been advising the private sector, be up to the challenge and make sure that your products are certified by UNBS. They should meet all market requirements as far as quality is concerned, so that the excuse of market protectionism on the basis of standard should not arise. You should compete on the basis of price, on the basis of value you are offering to the community. Thank you.
Just 2 weeks ago, I was having a conversation with somebody who was told that the soft drink industry must use Ugandan-made sugar, and they said the sugar doesn't meet the standards that they need to use for here. We need to go back and say, you factory, what kind of sugar type do you want? Then work backwards the value chain and make sure that sugar is produced. So the standards have been set, meeting them is still a challenge. Where is my number 4?
Already here. Right here.
You have a minute.
Sure. Thank you so much, Fred. My name is Bob Raymond Kabango. I am from the Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, the organization that brings together small, micro, and medium enterprises, specifically in the value addition. My question is to our minister. I think it's coincidental that I spoke after my colleague from the UNBS. As we look at the EAC and what is coming, of course, many of us get excited with opportunities that are coming. But the question is, how ready? What's the readiness of the Ugandans to tap into these opportunities? And I believe from the UZIA, which I come from, I think as SMEs, we have the greatest opportunities when it comes to the opportunities that will come with the ESC. But the question to the government is there a possibility of creating platforms and platforms that will promote and support the readiness of the SMEs. Specifically, I want to talk about the business involvement related with, for example, the taxation policy, tax policy that also affects the SMEs. Of course, government has made an effort to support the industries and the investors through giving them these incentives. But the challenge that these incentives are given majorly to the big and the medium and the foreign investors. Not a lot of opportunities and incentives are brought to the SMEs. Question is, how do we prepare and create an environment that will support these SMEs to grow? My other question is, as we also look at opening up the market to send our products to outside countries, of course these products will not be allowed without being certified by the UNBS, thanks to my colleague from the UNBS. But one of the other challenges that we continue to face as SMEs has also been the cost of our certification. Of course, we appreciate the fact that UNBS has made an effort, brought the cost from 800 to 500, but it's not that is in that the SMEs pay. You find that for an SME to get certified, they have to pay up to 1.5 million, which is paid annually. The question is, how will this be sustainable for a micro and small enterprise? So as we prepare ourselves to export these products, as we promote SME industrialization, let's see how to create a foundation as well as an environment that will support and sustain SME growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Ministry of Finance is here, and they will tell us how we can bring that cost down for certification. Where is my number 6? I still have 5. Hey, I'm still very far away, but I won't cross 7, I promise.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. I'm Pauline Chakunzere from Uganda Healthcare Federation. I'm a gender equality activist, and I also represent the youth in the health sector. My concern is when I hear about ESC, I feel there is a lot of opportunity for the youth, but at the same time, I feel the youth are being left out. So many youth are out there and they are not aware about this particular information that we're having here right now. Secondly, actually, it's still about the youth being not informed. We have a lot of ideas as the youth. We feel we can tap these opportunities. But the youth are not informed, and we feel maybe if I want to start a company, how do I go about it? We are not informed even about the registration process. For example, I wanted to start a certain company, and I reached out to some doctors that I know, and they told me, you know what? The registration process might be a little bit difficult for you right now. And I was wondering why, how? So I would wish to know the strategies that are being laid for the youth to get on board. And even that money that goes to the districts and the local councils, but we are not aware about this money, how it goes there. And I also want to know about the strategies laid out to integrate gender equality into this whole thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sometimes these things I wonder, we have youth MPs and we think once they are out there, 4 of them, in the sea of 529, youth issues are done, they are not done. What is it that we must do? Because the youth are really this economy. SMEs are this economy. Do we need an MP for SMEs? Do we need 29 youth? I mean, there are questions here that we'll go back with. The youth are sitting in the clouds. Can we find them in those clouds? Quite often I find the people who should be addressing the youth are on the ground, and yet the youth are in the cloud platforms. IT, where was my number 6?
I am already here, sir. Good
You
afternoon.
have a minute.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Businje Nurudin. I am the general manager for Merchandise Uganda.
They are the youth as general managers. Please proceed.
Yes, we are talking about market access. I want to come up with a solution. I am coming here with a solution. For us to access markets, we need infrastructures on board. We need roads, we need water transport, we need rail transport, and then we need air transport. But we also need internet, e-commerce infrastructure. Merchandise Uganda is an online marketplace that provides businesses opportunity to showcase their products worldwide. Our cry is that when we come to private companies, when we come to businesses, to tell them, please open up your mini shops on our platform, they tend to not know the power in digitalization, the power in e-commerce. If we want to really trade within East Africa, as Ugandans, we need to put our products online. This is how China did it, by the use of Alibaba and then Amazon. Everyone now goes to China because they know that they are industries. So we want to use digitalization to promote our products so that all people to see our product. And also, the ED of Private Sector Foundation is here. We really want to know how much can a youth pay to be part of the private sector foundation, because there is much more we need to learn, but also to contribute to make sure that we promote trade and industry in our country. Thank you so much.
Mr. Simwe, there should have been a desk there to register members. Somebody has said they don't have enough of, you don't have enough of them. They're out there. Let's do what banks do. Whenever they have a function, there is a tent to open accounts. But also it shouldn't be 40 pages to open a bank account. So it shouldn't be another whole set of pages to really become a member. People want to join membership. Number 7. And we close it there. I cannot dare go beyond number 7. The drones are still out there. The high command is out there. The court martial is out there. But we're also busy in Operation Soldier. So one not violate number 7.
Thank you. My name is Badrun Tege. I'm a board member at PSFU, but also I have a company called NFT Consult. And
yeah, it is working, but maybe not raised enough.
I'll just raise my voice a bit more.
Yeah, just take care of your height. Yeah?
It's not too high. Okay. Two things, a number of things, but I'll try and keep it very short. I always say I'm a passionate East African, and I've been operating in the region for the last 15 years in all 6 countries. I'm really excited to see what's happening with the DRC. The challenge now comes back to the conversation we're having in this room this morning. And the questions now come, 80% of the dialogue we've had today, we have had before. The challenge is, where's the accountability? None of the conversations that we've had today, apart from the fact that we now have DRC in the midst, is new to anybody in this room. And we need to actually stop looking at somebody else to do our problem. The solution that we have is us. We tend to look at, okay, government, but we don't hold them accountable. And I know we've talked about the skills, we've talked about the universities, we've talked about everything. Yes, there is a challenge, but beyond talking, what have we done? We talk about labor. Now, labor has 2 sides, especially the human resource component that we talked about. There is what the Ministry of Education does to bring our young people up, and there is what we as industry do when we get these employees into our businesses. How many organizations in Uganda have a structured training curriculum for their employees? So we all come here and we sit here and we expect the university to bring out young people to be able to come into organizations and understand what we expect. Yet we actually have not invested a penny on training our people. So I really think before we start looking at somebody else to fix our problem, we as businesses, as Ugandans, need to actually hold and look ourselves in the mirror and say, what is it that we're doing? Then you look at Ministry of Labor. They've come a long way in the last few years, because my job, my NFT Consult is a human resource business. At the beginning, all they needed to know is, have you filled in the books of how many people apply for a job? The books they were asking for is information which is 10, 20 years old. We could do that digitally, but we're not doing it. Today, they are focusing on our labor export, which is good because it puts food on somebody's table. But the issue of retraining our people, the issue of making sure that we're ready for the market, is a joint job between the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Labor. There is absolutely no training policy that I'm aware of in the Ministry of Labor. But before we go to the Ministry of Labor, we as businesses, as Ugandan corporates, besides the banks, who really are only representing 5 million Ugandans, how many corporates have a training program in this country that they can hold up and say, this is how I train my employees, this is how I invest in my employees? We have a bad mentality that if I train them, they will go. There is a saying, if I don't train them and they stay. Unfortunately, they stay. So we have a 400 million opportunity here. And instead of looking in the mirror and saying, what can we do today to take it on? We're again looking at government to do something. I think we need to stop looking at government. We take our responsibility and then government will come. Because trust me, with all due respect, government is as confused as we are. And we all know that. I know I've said that before, and I might get in trouble for this. But government is us. The same people here will soon somewhere be sitting in a government seat. The same utter confusion. So we need to agree that we're all confused, start and move. Good. I commit. Thank you.
That hand clap seems to say, when you say we are all, they agree with you. That they too are confused. I'll join you at the tail end of that queue, because I don't think we all have the answers. And I'm going to get back to my panelists, but action, accountability, how do we do this? Honorable Victoria Sexual has listed so many vocational training institutes that are literally half empty, if not totally empty. But when I read government documents, we want to build one in every, is it constituency? Jesus Christ. Why don't we first use what is available? We are really confused. I think that was a good way to end it. I'm going to move backwards this side. Your closing remark as we get to the end of this, and then I'll end with the minister. What have you had? Right Honorable Victoria Sectorako, your 2 minutes begin now.
Okay, thanks to all those who contributed. I'm not going to comment on each and every one of you, but I will specifically address the one who said, two of you commented on the PSFU numbers, and this is 2 things I want to tell you. First of all, PSFU, you have to be really big in order to join as an individual, because we normally are, those 300 you are hearing are associations, which helps us fit in the government policy of value chain. Because when you have, for example, the Association of Flower Exporters, this starts all the way from the planting material to the production of the flower, the cutting of the flower, the export of the flower. So when we say 300, those are associations. So what would you have to do if you want to join PSFU? You are better off joining as a member of an association. Not every commodity being produced in Uganda already has associations. It was like yesterday, I was talking to the Goats Association, and they are not our members. And the reason I was talking to them is that many of them want to leave because apparently the goats are not as prolific as they thought. But when we looked into it in detail, it's because it was not a value chain. Some people thought that all that was necessary is go get yourself a South African goat, half of which unfortunately died on arrival at the farm. So after that, they are like, Buzi, I want you goats, I'm out of here. So my suggestion, if you want to join PSFU, is find out if we already have that association and join it. What association do we have? We already have the fruits and vegetables, we have the fisheries, we have the trees, we have the agribusiness. We have got members like JESA, because JESA is big enough to be a member on its own, and they are now serving as a lead farm. That is one, too. I'm really happy that you are asking those questions. So now that you have started asking those questions and you are technically survey, please go on to our website and find out more about PSFU. There is a lot to get from there. You won't lose anything. So it is not going to be, I'm not going to tell you it will take you 10 minutes and you join, because you have to join with a purpose. We are not after numbers, we are after quality associations. So that is to those who wanted to. Now specifically commenting on UNBS. UNBS, I don't know when your job will ever be done. Because like I said, for me, I don't comment on anything unless I have actually talked to the people who are in there. The issue we are having, I'll give you a specific example. There is a young man who we are trying to get the Q mark, that is the Pink Factory making chocolate. Basically because I love chocolate, and he makes dark chocolate, which is fantastic for young women, women who are nursing, and old women. So what more can I ask for? But the problem,
add the men to that.
The challenge he's having is that because I like dark chocolate, I don't like the sweet one. He has got 5 types of chocolate. So in order for him to get a Q mark, he needs 5 Q marks. So when you say it is 1.5 million per year, that is for one chocolate. So if he has got 5, which is normal with the number of even the beverages people, we are not talking about 1.5. So maybe, Mr. Ebiru, you are going to I'm going to recommend to the minister, sir, that we please get a development arm of UNBS to actually work and grow with these SMEs. Then finally, on taxation, Mr. Minister, sir, we are here. These SMEs are here. They are the majority. Don't tax them before talking to them. They have come together, because we have already said come together, work together. They have come together. You just need a telephone call to say, we want to tax this and the other. What do you think? How does it work? When you invest in this, there's that question. Today somebody was circulating chocolates from cottage industry, and of course everybody was asking, is it in the supermarket? Do you really know what it takes to get into that supermarket? And do you know what those supermarkets are doing to the SMEs? That is what I'm requesting, that you as government, you don't wait for the police to catch the SMEs. Go there, listen to them, follow their path. You are talking value chain. Follow the value chain from the small producer, one with 10 trees of cocoa, to the one who is transporting the cocoa, drying the cocoa, until these little chocolate bars. You definitely get more money when you help us set ourselves up and ready for you to deal, not only to export, not only for us old women to enjoy our dark chocolate, but for you to get your taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually reported one of the staff of URA to the Commissioner General for doing a good thing. She called me and said, we are here discussing your taxation issues, whether you should graduate to this category or this category. Now, in that 1 year of COVID, I had made more money than I thought, so they thought I should be upgraded. I said, that was a windfall. That's not me, usually. My number one is I'm an SME. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister is going to be walking in, so at some point I will interrupt, and we do the honors of receiving her. But talking to the private sector is important. It's a message the minister should take. Stewart, have they been talking to you about steel? Every time I see steel from India, I'm like, there is iron in Moko. What happened? Your closing remark, it doesn't have to be to the steel that I've talked about.
Yeah, but if we must really become a strong economy, industrialization is the way to go, and there's no way we can do it without talking about steel. All the skyscrapers we are seeing around, and those are mushrooming, the storied roads, flyovers, some people are calling them Ngudu Zakalina. I think what is happening now at Clock Tower, very soon, if we must ease our movement of goods and services, we must have those roads that a person can actually move very, very fast. It's unfortunate the one for Kaiso Tonya yet is still abandoned,
Let us receive the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs. Before she takes her seat, we are going to do the anthems. This is our official start. People in charge of the anthems, please. All the 3 stanzas.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Let us resume our seats. Thank you very much for that. All right, Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs. We were actually discussing East African affairs when you came in, and we will continue with that, and then the protocol people will handle the rest of the program. Stuart, you're talking about the steel. Next to my office in Makerere is agenda building, and they have not used anything other than steel. That saves the trees. That saves very many other things. But the only part we haven't saved is the dollar that imported the steel. Stuart, continue with your point, please. Can you please put his microphone on? Control people, unless sabotage is a word you want to remind me from my pre-release.
Let me use this one. And to emphasize your point, Fred, and right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Deputy Prime Minister with us here, the steel you are talking about actually can be a substitute for anything that you are cutting a tree for. You can use steel to make doors, to make beds, to furniture, name it. So we would have saved the environment and as well saved the dollar. But going back to the point of my closing remarks, it's good. Our guest of honor is actually the Minister for East African Affairs. We have issues with the exemption regimes and authorization for goods manufactured under bond within the East African region, that should actually be stopped. I think URA is taking note of that, and the detail, they understand what I'm talking about here when we talk about manufacturing under bond. We need to protect the products that are manufactured locally and in the East African region. We have agreed that we should stop talking as Uganda, much as we are trying to market buy Uganda, build Uganda. But if we now talk as a region, as East Africa, with the numbers that have just been added on South Sudan and DRC, we would be thinking about competition on world level, on international level. That will bring in more gains for us, that will create more jobs. We also need to expedite and the ratification of the South Sudan and DRC into the customs union. This is, I think, something we talked about from the beginning. Let's sign all these agreements, but we get out of the boardroom and act. Implementation, implementation, and implementation. It will make us move forward. Removal of the duty-free imports lists, especially with specific attention to Rwanda and Burundi. There is a way it is affecting our trading patterns in as far as import substitution is concerned. Let's think Bubu, let's think Bear. Buy East Africa, build East Africa. It will make us stronger as an economy. And then the practicability of the skills that we are trying to impart into the youth, where are they going to apply them? We need to enhance on this. One gentleman, I think from small scale industries, was talking about the railway, the air transport. Yes, we need to have these harmonized. First of all, the costs are so high if we talk about air transport. But now for rail, which can carry a lot of cargo, incoming and outgoing, especially like for steel, which is very heavy, degrading our roads, and then the delays on the roads if we bring in things by road. I'm not trying to hurt my friend Lino and Mr. Kareba there, but railway, I think, is very important. If we had connectivity within the region, that should be a very big step for us in as far as trading together is concerned. Sharing of resources, we need to harmonize and also try and make the movement a little bit more affordable and available more than what it is today.
Thank you.
Lastly, I once again want to go to my friend David, UNBS. I think you have seen everybody is somehow bringing in that UNBS issue. The minister is listening. We are not backbiting you or anyone. We want this facilitation to make our trade move more and faster than what is happening at the moment. So we would recommend that standardization of the surveillance is enhanced within the region. Where there is no awareness, let's have a deliberate effort using all the sorts of media we have so that they can create awareness and positively report what is happening. I thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you very much. As a researcher, I've been listening, and I'm going to do a research on the cost of doing business at that micro level. The food you serve your employees, I will cost it. The askari you pay at the gate, I will cost it. So that we see where exactly is the problem and where can we attack it. We must go to the detail. Simon, tuhereza kahero.
Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, you're very welcome. Before you came, Stuart started a controversy because he declared that he's from Bunyoro, same as the moderator, and I refused to declare my origins
And Usoga comes
in
from
order to
Bunyoro.
maintain the peace. But now that I'm closing, I can tell you all that the three of us are cousins from the same family. But that's not the reason I'm here. In closing, I'll start with the question posed by Brian. Brian was asking, how do we get more Ugandans, just to paraphrase it, how do we get more Ugandans to actually conduct the business so that the profits stay here? And Honorable Sechitoleko, mentioned the fish trading as one area where you have a lot of foreign influence that repatriates that money. And I'll link it to what our researchers said at the beginning when he mentioned the quality of the people. And I'm happy that Badru highlighted a point that I wanted to close with. We have an issue in Uganda, maybe not across East Africa, but in Uganda, because our people do not know enough. Right from the school level, education, we are not teaching people business. We are not teaching them entrepreneurship. We are not teaching them the right things. I can tell you that this year you can go and pick school books that talk about 3 East African countries. 3. Not even the 5 that we'd have been speaking about. And that's the first action point that I'd like to hand over to the minister next to me. Do we have anybody here from the Ministry of Education? Please raise your hand. We all know that there's no one here from Ministry of Education.
Program-based approach is being implemented by the Ministry of Finance. We are going to really address these issues.
Please.
Silos must end.
Please. Ministry of Education, involve them in every business conversation. Let's take this talk of trade, business, entrepreneurship to primary 1. That's where it should begin. Okay? And once we do that, we'll have more people capable of getting involved in business. Business and trade, sorry. Mildred made a point at the beginning when she mentioned mayonnaise. And she told us about a conversation where her and her friends were asking, but how many Ugandans consume mayonnaise for it to be an issue? Now, mayonnaise is made out of eggs. We produce the largest number of eggs in this region. Not just East Africa, East and Central Africa. We are fighting with Kenya over the export of eggs, and Kenya cannot produce enough eggs. And that's why the president spoke about turning these eggs into mayonnaise. Do Ugandans consume mayonnaise? Yes, that's why it's imported. That's why you see it on supermarket shelves, because Ugandans are buying that mayonnaise. But again, let's go back to value chain. Every new hotel and restaurant that's opened in this country is going to buy mayonnaise because it goes into salads, hamburgers, sandwiches. Again, the school does not enable us to think this way. If it did, then we'd understand why we should produce mayonnaise from the eggs that we release from our chickens. So that's why there's that action point. Please change the school curriculum. 1 was, let's involve the Ministry of Education, but 2, change the school curriculum. My action point number 3 is really underscoring, let's make Bubu a reality. And I like Honorable Sechitoleko's point about a Bubu shop at the airport. Stewart said it, we only hear from the Ministry of Trade, the home of Bubu, when there's an expo. And they're asking us to pay to put our adverts in a magazine and to bring my banners. I bought a Coca-Cola and Renzori and other things, to put my banners outside in a field. But that's not what Bubu is about. Bubu should start with even the dress code of the government changing so that Ugandan products are being worn in government offices. They're consuming Ugandan coffee and so on and so forth. And by the way, that policy, I already have a draft paper. I'll give it to you after here. You can take it to Catherine and she'll implement. The other one is a point that was raised by, I think your name is Pauline, the young lady in health and who wants to do business. The youth are challenged only when they decide to be challenged. It is not the role of any government official or business to involve the youth, no. The youth actually are supposed to be self-driven. That's what we want. But as I've said, our education system does not allow that to happen. So one of the tasks that we have, and we are going to take that on as the East African Business Council and Private Sector Foundation, Stephen, I'm sure you will do this, is to increase that interaction with our youth in this country and across the region so that you have more of this knowledge. Registering a company, even the Uganda Investment Authority website has that information. I believe it's on the PSFU website. There's a lot of guidance online. But we all know that our youth will consume TikTok more than business information. That's a reality. We will change it by changing the people. That goes back to the quality of our people. So our action point, let's interact more with the youth. We have all the policies We have all the plans, but let's take them to the people who matter, who are supposed to do things. Then my other is business information. Badru highlighted it here. Everything we've talked about here today, we know. We knew it already. There's that fantastic report on opportunities in the DRC that was produced by Dr. Aaron Echel. We now quote that report every day. We know that the DRC trades mostly with Kenya and Rwanda. But where's this business information? You've just mentioned U-boat statistics being out of date. Yes, most government websites are out of date. They do not provide business information. That's why we can be seated in a room like this and somebody asks a question that the person next to them has the answer for, or has the answer to. Business information needs to be made more available by the government authorities who are responsible for it, but also by ourselves, the business membership organizations. So let's take that on as a joint action between the two of us, as we agreed at the beginning.
Thank you.
And then my last action point, which is a pledge and a commitment, is to run more sensitization and awareness campaigns that will also target our colleagues in the government of Uganda, so that our interests as the private sector are on page 1 of every policy meeting and discussion that you hold. Because at the end of the day, as we have seen with this never-ending discussion around coffee, if you do not factor in what the private sector wants at the beginning of your planning, it's going to go pear-shaped, for sure. And you will have statements like Badru's, where he said, and right, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, it is him who said it, that government is confused.
And us.
Just like most Ugandans. I thank you.
It's my prayer that that confusion begins to fade away now. As we all come in, you're sitting in for the minister. I'll say one thing for you as you come in to save your time. What you're going to speak is that you have listened and you have taken a lot of notes. So just share with us the 3 things you are going to take to Honorable Bahati out of this conversation. Right, Honorable Minister. Minister, what are you taking to yourself?
Thank you, Moderator. The Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East Africa and Community Affairs, we are happy to have you here. First, as a disclaimer, I want to say, and I'm sure the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister will also say it, that government is certainly not confused. There may be some challenges here and there, but government really knows where it is going. So I have listened very attentively, as you correctly observed, and there are quite a number of notes I have taken, and it may be a tall order for me to address all of them here, but you may give me a few more little minutes for me to address maybe 3 or 4. One, I want to
confused, because that's the public opinion.
Yes,
the burden is upon you.
One, I want to speak about Bubu, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. And I'm happy that everyone in this room appreciates that policy. And I want to report that this policy has really taken ground. I only wish that the gentleman who was supposed to have been here earlier, called Richard Mubiru, was here this morning to tell you how much they have benefited, for instance, in the textile industry under Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. I only wish that you could have someone maybe from the prisons department tell you how much they have benefited from the furniture sector in Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. I will not mention other sectors. Perhaps enough has not been done, but I can assure you that this policy is taking root and will definitely take further route as we move forward. I want to also speak about the agriculture sector briefly, although I'm not coming from that specific sector, but to remind the Honorable Sechitoreko that government has now taken up another approach of getting back extension workers. Besides the DCOs, I know DCOs may not have the technical capacity in agriculture, for instance, to go and tell you how you do intercropping and all that, but there is now a policy for extension workers, and they are going to be working closely with our DCOs. On the policies and on the cascading the work down to the grassroots, we all know that we now have the model of the parish development model. And one of the key pillars in it, one, is storage, processing, and infrastructure. And the second one is mindset change. I want to mention 3 among the pillars, the 7. And another one is community information and database, which are very, very key given the discussion that we have had here. Many of my panelists here have mentioned how does information cascade down to the people who need the information. Our late PS, God bless, rest his soul in peace, used to mention a very interesting thing which may not sound gender biased or what, but he says that if you have information and people do not know it, it's like winking to someone in the dark. However much you wink, they will not see you. So it is very clear that information must reach down to the people who need it. Therefore, that pillar of community information and database should be able to put the information in the hands right at the parish level. So we believe that government is in the right line in moving information down to the grassroots. On skilling, you have all been reading in the papers recently. I'm mentioning just the skilling hubs under the presidential initiative. In Katuna there is one, the other time in Jinja there was one which was opened. So really the skilling again goes to the mindset, because you cannot compare the youth and say we must take you now as if it is a what would you call it, a re-education camp. Those are here in some friendly countries. You must change their mindset and show them that even a skill can earn you a living. Earlier, someone made a mention, an example about music, and it was Mr. Lamu Koti. He said that if at the time he was studying, he had told his parents that he had wanted to become a musician, hell would have broken loose. But today, you know that musicians are up there. So it is a mindset thing, once again, sir.
So Koti changed his mindset, is now poorer than he should have been.
I also want to bring to you the agri-led. We have got someone who talked about, this was Violet, about zoning. About a year ago, in this same hotel, in the gardens, we launched the Luenzori profiles under the agri-led strategy led by Operation Wealth Creation. And I'm aware that Operation Wealth Creation is still profiling other areas. So really, this is also an area which is taking place. Again, it is an information issue. So Violet, I want to invite you to really approach Operation Wealth Creation and see what kind of information they have and how you can be helped, or how you can work together to do even more profiling. Sir, you'll just let me 2 of them. Okay. Mr. Kabango mentioned about SMEs. If I live here without speaking about SMEs, which is those are my constituents, I will have done myself a disservice. And how do we assist them? How do we assist them to reach up there? You talked about standards, and you said the cost of certification is quite costly, which is quite high, which is true. But this time bill will tell you that we are having a discussion on what we call minimum market entry requirements. So that once, for instance, one who is just roasting his nuts, and we all know everyone is eating them on the street, we give him time to make the money to be able to go on the market, go on the supermarket before we can really start squeezing them and enforcing very stringent measures. The other day, there was a discussion between SMEs and the Electricity Regulatory Authority and the SME Federation on how do we lower the tariff rates for electricity for SMEs. So the discussions are out there, and again, I will take it back to say that it is about the information. Lastly, let me give you just a simple example. About 10 years ago, so I was a treasury attaché in South Sudan, when everybody was saying the markets in South Sudan are so huge. That was in 2012 and 2013. I did a survey on the market while I was there. I discovered that not even the companies here which we call the big companies, the Mokwanos, the what, they didn't have even cooking oil on the markets in South Sudan. So I asked, the cement, most of it was from the Kenyan companies. So I asked, why is it that there are no products from Uganda on the supermarkets? When I was making my research, I discovered that the kind of financing we have, the kind of the way the private sector you are dealing with each other, the banks you go to. In Kenya, if someone wanted to export a product, he would just go to KCB. KCB would give them a letter of credit free, and they would pay after. Yeah. In Uganda here, they want a bank guarantee up front, the banks you are using in the private sector. So that discussion must also be there. You, the private sector, how are you dealing with each other? Because as government, we cannot compel banks to say, give them upfront what? Upfront credit and they pay after. The second reason was on harmonization of the transport weight. We discovered that while Kenyans could bring even a truck of 80 tons of cement, the Ugandans were sticking, because by the time you pass through Ruwero, on the way bridge, they would fine you. They had to carry what? 56, is it 56? Metric GMV. So that kind of lack of harmonization of transit procedures also was a problem. There were many other challenges which I am willing to share with you that report so that you can look at. Lastly, we've talked about employment, but I'm happy Mr. Badru talked about employability. There is employment and employability. Are our youth employable? I don't want to answer that question. Go back, look back, you have employed them, you employ one today, tomorrow he wants to drive a Benz, the next day he wants an apartment, the next day he wants to go for a holiday in Miami. So we also need to go back and look back at our youth. Are they employable, not only in skills, but also in the moral turpitude? I want to close there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That speaks to a lot of confusion amidst us that we need to conclude on. He's talked of many discussions ongoing. When are those discussions concluding so that we can begin to act on the conclusions of those discussions? A mindset change, are they preparing these youth? Nobody should be referring us to their websites, because that was 5 years ago. Today your website must find us on TikTok. As we are trying to watch that video, there is an interruption that comes and begins to count down and says, now you can skip this advert. By that time you have already seen the advert anyway. So how do we bring our websites right into the limelight? I could have brought this conversation from the oil land, because I have Stewart there, I have Kahero, I have Muhumza here, I have Mildred there, and that doesn't take me far away from Kamuli. You know the linkages. I need to end this conversation here. Thank you very much, everybody, for giving me this time. Mildred, you need to come back and dismiss the panel you brought. Thank you very much, everybody.
Another round of applause for our great moderator, Dr. Fred Muhumuza. And I officially dismiss the panel, please. Thank you so much for your deliberations. Those were great. They were spot on. I particularly, and since the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister is here, I totally agree to a comment that was made by Honorable Victoria about our leaders and technocrats and the ability to be able to speak out and express their views. We always have those issues on TV when you invite some government officials for talk shows and they never want to show up because sometimes they have the work but they cannot be able to express it. Just before we get our remarks from the guest of honor, we're going to have just a few minutes for our next discussion, which is going to be very, very brief. And earlier the dialogue was about the implications of the current status of the East African agro-industry and the job creation, but now we want to be looking at the implications of the current status of the East African community on trade, investments, and services. Our earlier keynote speaker, or who was setting the scene, spoke about issues of having something in black and white, and yet in actual implementation, it's a totally different one. I think I'll need to hear from Mr. Stephen Asimwe in just a bit, much later on. And having something different on paper, in black and white, and implementation, it's a totally different thing in the across the East African nations. And in no particular order, also allow me invite these 4 speakers. It's going to be a very brief chat before we get remarks from our guest of honor. The implications, in no particular order, allow me invite Mr. Sam Watasa, who is the chair trade core team at the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Mr. Sam Watasa, feel free to take up any seat right at the front. A round of applause for him. Mr. Charles Kareba, who is the chair logistics sector at the Private Sector Foundation. Welcome, sir. A round of applause for him too. We have Mr. Richard Okot, who is the Assistant Commissioner External Trade at the Ministry of Trade. And finally, we will have Mr. Edwin Tabaro, the East African Community Cluster member, Uganda Law Society. A round of applause for them. Oh, actually, the president of the Uganda Law Society herself, Fiona Wall. Yes, she is actually here. A round of applause for her. This has saved the day. I was just about to comment that this was going to be a mano, like it was at the beginning. But ladies and gentlemen, now allow me invite Dr. Isaac Shienkwa, who is a senior research fellow at TPRC as well, to just take on this discussion quickly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. In the interest of time, we are going to be extremely fast. On that note, I would like to invite back Clopas. Kindly come and join this team from the ministry. Just before we take off, ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 farmers, and it was a rainy season which had started. And one of them both went out rejoicing. The rainy season had started. But one of them picked hoes and implements and went and cultivated and planted seeds. The other one kept rejoicing, the rainy season has come. At the harvest time, there was trouble, simply because one had harvest, one didn't have harvest. We are dealing with a multiplicity of regional integration processes on the continent, and we need to strategize ourselves to get our tools ready and get our hands dirty to work. Basically, that's what I'm saying. If we not do that, if we not implement, we will rejoice like the second farmer who at the end of the day had nothing to harvest. I'm called Isaac Shinyekwa. I work for the Economic Policy Research Center, and I work as a senior research fellow, and I specialize in regional integration economics. I'm taking us for the next 25 or 30 minutes, and I will request my team, the panelists, to be as fast as we can in articulating the issues to make sure we bring out issues. This morning, we've had quite a lot, and there's been a little bit of lamentations, the book of lamentations as they call it. We have raised a lot of issues, but I will request my team to really come out with solutions, because policymakers have one challenge. They don't want to listen to a lot of problems. They would rather listen to solutions to the what? To the problems, because all the time they have challenges, they have problems around them. So we are looking at the implications of the current state of the East African Community on trade, investments, and services. And in light of that, we are going to look at opportunities which I would like you to bring out, specifically the ESA, of course, the Congo coming on board. We have challenges to do with non-tariff barriers, restrictions, and many others. In light of that, I would wish that you really come out in your
deliberations today, trying to bring us some of the solutions. What do we do to benefit from the trade? What do we do to benefit from the services? What do we do? Is it at the policy level? Is it at an individual level? Where is the problem? Where do we touch to be able to bring solutions to our policymakers to leverage these many regional integration groups, including the Continental Free Trade Area? Otherwise, we will talk and talk and talk and get nothing out. I will start at the extreme end. Mr. Watasa, kindly get worse in terms of the opportunities, in terms of services, in terms of trade, and more importantly, in terms of what are the solutions to some of the prevailing problems for us to harvest that mango that we are looking at. You're welcome. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you, moderator, and our chief guest, Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, and listeners. I have been picking a few notes along the way on what was being talked by the first panel, and therefore I'll just bring it down to some specifics if you would wish. I have had discussions on a particular sector in this country, and I think I will not isolate or differentiate between services, investment, and trade, because those two are not isolated and they don't work in silos. We need to bring a value chain that integrates services, investment, trade, and including technical skills, because Honorable Victoria Secretary mentioned that there are vocational training institutions that are half full. There are actually those that are not even 20% full. Why is that? Because when you train those people, where are they going to? If we don't have the destination, we cannot have them going through the process. So as part of this, we need to think as a country, where do we want to place our money? And I'll point at just one sector, that's horticulture. If we chose to do strategic investments in horticulture across the full value chain, right from production to the market, what opportunities would we be providing our citizens and youth? Because youth would require quality employment and clean employment. So where would we start? First, we would have to train these youths in the relevant, available operations within this value chain. Do we have refrigeration technicians in Uganda? How many? Where are they trained? The last I know where we are training refrigeration technicians is now a university. So when I talk about the horticulture sector, fruits, vegetables, we are talking about cold storage chains. We have very smart roads now, all the way from Entebbe up to Arua and now to the border with South Sudan through Gulu, Kitugum, literally across the country, our major highways. But what do we do with them? The best we do is transport a few people. So assuming we placed cold storage facilities every 50 kilometers on each of the major highways, that would be providing employment for people to build cold rooms in the first place. And then we would need refrigerated vans to service the micro farmers up to collection centers and probably bulking areas. And then we would create also bulk storage facilities at our airport and maybe at the borders. Now that would mean that we would require a consistent production of refrigeration technicians and engineers. What else would we be looking at? Protective wear for the industry that is responsible for making this happen. Headgear, overcoats, gumboots, all that would fall into the same value chain. So you would have another industry spinning off that. Then you would be looking at food inspectors. I see my friend Biru being roasted here, but how many food inspectors do we have in the country that would ensure quality of products, compliance with standards at the industry level? before we go into certification at regulation level. Do we have sufficient food inspectors in these industries? So in this particular one, we would be spinning off the same. Then you talk about the packaging industry. We would need probably waxed boxes, specific specialized packaging for fresh foods, for vegetables, for fruits, for name it. And then logistics management, simply making sure that these products are moving from the farm to the market would be required. So you have logisticians that would be facilitating this. And then business services, financial services, marketing. All these would come into play by just consistently, systematically investing in a particular sector over a period of years. Now, what happens with this sector? Because you can produce fruit, vegetables, especially 3 times a year, so that means we would be democratizing the economy and therefore have people making money, but also creating employment. The next is to regulate competition. We don't regulate competition in Uganda. It's a very unfortunate thing. I know we are having these discussions about market entry through the distribution chains. If someone runs a supermarket chain and cannot permit small producers to go through that chain, they are actually, what they are doing is to distort the market by limiting market entry. I want to give this example because Carrefour, which is coming here and swallowing up all small supermarkets, has been fined sufficiently in Kenya because of the habit that they are actually doing here, but because we don't have effective regulation of competition and anti-competitive practices, that's why they will tell you don't enter the market. Your volumes are small. Okay, when ShopRite entered Zambia, they claimed that Zambians were not producing tomatoes of good quality for the market. They were compelled to support those producers until they were able to produce tomatoes that they think are suitable for the market. And so the excuses sometimes we give are about micro market management. The third point that I would put here is to reduce planning and implementation of programs in silos. Of course, there is the prominent, now they call it the prominent agreement for coffee being denied by one ministry and another. But if we are to achieve this kind of value chain investment over time, then we would have Ministry of Finance talking to trade and talking to agriculture to put in place the necessary infrastructure that would make us achieve this maybe in a period of 5 to 10 years. What else can I add here? Mr. Antege mentioned training. Yes, I have read through the private sector-led skills development strategy. But what makes this difficult is because we don't have a tracking system. Let me call it a national labor management information system. I have talked to companies that have invested so much money in training individuals even out of the country, and as soon as they return, they move on to different companies. Where do they recoup their investment from? I think one of them trained 2 people in Nairobi, and when they returned, they went straight to a corporation that is within, and they lost over $40,000. So when do they invest in this training? So to solve that problem and to have proper implementation of the private sector skills development strategy, we need a national labor management system. So I know where a person has gone, not because we want to stop people from moving from one company to another, but the company that takes up that trained employee should be able to compensate for the training cost in terms of monetary value, or actually the employee who wants to leave then should compensate. But until we create that, it might be difficult to implement this kind of intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watassa. You've mentioned very important issues of integrating value chains, regulating competition, then implementing plans. But one of the things you did mention a lot about is on logistics management. When I'm going home, driving on Utirinyi Road, very beautiful road, sometimes all I see is cassava and others being dried on the road. I think we need to replace that with this logistics thing to be able to benefit from some of these markets. I'll come to you, Mr. Charles Kareva, on logistics. Could you explore, give us more light on what we should do to improve, just to build on what Mr. Watasa has given us on logistics to be able to penetrate some of these markets?
Our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, moderator, I would like to be very sincere to you that I feel cheated that I'm going to talk about logistics in 3 minutes. I needed minimum 3 hours if we are going to talk about East Africa. Why am I saying this? Because I want our guest of honor to get it. I've been in it since 1973. So I was there when the regional East African community was there. What you are trying to go back to existed in 1977. In terms of logistics, what they are trying to do in terms of integration what existed in 1977. Ladies and gentlemen, there were no borders. When you tell some of the youth that there was no Maraba, there was no Busia, there was no Mutukura, they can't believe it. There wasn't a single thing like a border or anybody who is going to stop you from going where you are going. You would jump on a train from Kasese without any travel document up to Mombasa without anybody asking you where you're going. A truck that time, I was working in Mombasa, would make 2 trips in a week. You know the old trucks, the Fiats, the Mercedes-Benzes, the roads were small, the trucks were, communication was not available. If a truck had an accident, you'd have to wait until they find a post office to inform the owner of the truck that had an accident. Now, all those things existed in 1977. Today, if a truck makes 2 trips a month, it's faster, the roads are better, communication is better, we have tracking systems. I can see a truck on my computer, wherever it is, within a meter from Mombasa up to Bujumbura. But why 2 trips a month? When could do 2 trips a week in 1977? The same with the ports. Ladies and gentlemen, we had common services. That was East African Railways and harbors. All the ports belonged to the East African community. All the railways and its equipment belonged to East African community. Customs was East African Customs Union. One unit. There was no URA, no KRA, or any document that was needed in Uganda which didn't exist in Kenya. So all we are trying to, this is why I said that I needed about 3 hours. Why, if we can integrate and achieve what we had that time, what I forgot to say here, we had a common currency. East African shilling, there was no Kenya shilling, no, and even that East African shilling was pegged on $1. The exchange rate never changed. It was 7.14 to $1 permanently. We had East African Airways. There was no Uganda Airlines. You hear now they are fighting about to BASA, the bilateral air services agreements. You know, if you come from Kenya Airways, you can't pick a passenger from Entebbe to take him to Kigali and the rest of that. That was East African Airways, so it was working for all of us. So if we had to go back to what we had then, the railway line extended from Mombasa, from Kasese to Mombasa, and in the north up to Pakwachi. We are now stopping in Kampala. 2 months ago, we are rehabilitating the railway line from Mukono to to Maraba. A very good example, I mean, what they have been talking about, the standard gauge. Why can't we first rehabilitate the meter gauge? It's cheaper. Tanzania has done it. It has improved on its capacity in terms of volumes and even in terms of speed. The meter gauge, we don't have the resources to do it, and even if we do it, at present, we don't have enough cargo to sustain an SGR. We don't have it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I said now. What do I say? I needed about 3 hours. All we need to do, let's go back, have the railways. Now we are doing the water transport to Lake Victoria. And what are the cheapest means of transport? Water, rail, and then you can get to road, and lastly, air. So we are trying to get cargo from Dar es Salaam by rail to Mwanza, across Lake Victoria to Port Bell, which is now water, and that should be the cheapest means of transport. If you are to do Kenya, it has to come up to Kisumu, from Kisumu up to Nairobi. The roads, as you said, you should look at the road up to Maraba. One side is here, the other side is there because of the difference in the weights that are being carried. What are the costs of maintaining these roads? The road accidents, the wear and tear, the environment, and all that. But if we are to be serious about it, let's go back and do the meter gauge, both for cargo and passengers. If possible, let's go back and have one airline for the community, and the railways become the same. And what killed actually the railway system in East Africa? AfCTA took over Uganda Railways and Kenya Railways. An Indian company took over Tanzania. The Tanzania one broke down. They are rehabilitating it now because the concessionaires were different. We are still in court in London about AfCTA. The case is not yet over. They are demanding for damages from Uganda. So, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, I don't know when you can give me time.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Quite passionate, a little bit nostalgic about what happened in the past, and the wish that we may have part of this coming back. I'm coming to you, Fiona. In terms of our treaty, in terms of our protocols, and what you have on your mind, what you prepared to share with us today, what's missing? Why are we not having this common? The word was common. I know we have tried to have a common currency. We have postponed. I think we are on the second postponement. There are issues around working in tandem to make sure this thing is pushed ahead, and some of them are of implementation nature, others of legal nature. Please take it on.
Thank you so much. The Right Honorable First Deputy Premier and Minister for East African Affairs, the CEO of PSFU, all dignitaries in your capacities and all protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. It's very hard to speak after such an impassioned comment from our elder. And I agree with him. If it's not broken, we should not fix it. So if there are things that existed and worked in the past, maybe we should do that. Because one of the things I appreciated about the East African community then was specialization. You knew which country provided which goods, and because of that, you were able to assign resources reasonably. But now we have non-tariff barriers. Most of the non-tariff barriers we have right now that have been one of our biggest problems for the community have come from the fact that everybody's trying to produce the same things. We have the egg situation, the sugar situation, I have spied that Kenya now is even importing sugar from other places, which is ridiculous when we're right here. So I agree with the previous speakers, and I just wanted to say on the protocols, what we've seen, that as a lawyer I would look at, first of all, we need to increase awareness of all our communities on the East African Court of Justice remedies. How do we manage trade disputes? Do I have people's attention? There's a lot of conversations going on. I know the previous speaker was quite, he tickled a lot of your minds, but please. We have a lot of disputes that have arisen. We have protocols that already exist, which our countries have been signatories to, and we have blatant breaking of these protocols by member countries. But the biggest victims of these protocols, who are our farmers and our local people, are not aware of how to access the dispute resolution mechanisms. I think, Right Honourable Minister, First Premier, we really need to have a deliberate program to educate our people on these. As the Law Society, we have offered our services to do this free of charge. I think PSFU CEO will testify. But we've prepared documents in the past, and we have failed to get clients. And you know, we cannot be ambulance chasers. So we really need to make sure that we get, because you see, much as the borders have now opened, there's been damage done. People have lost goods, and we need to get these people compensated. And it's when these countries pay for the damage and the results that their parliaments will force them to obey the protocols. So I think the issue of breathing life into our dispute resolution mechanisms is very important. The second is the need to enact a protocol extending the jurisdiction of the ESCJ to human rights. Because when we look at human rights, we think of political human rights, but I'm talking about business human rights. That if my country has signed a protocol and you reject my produce, that's a business human right there. And right now, the ESCJ has limitations on that jurisdiction, and that is something that the community needs to look into. We also need competition law. The first speaker spoke about it. We need competition law because we are in a market as large as ours, and I think we are actually suffering from modernization and success. That's why we're all competing. Everybody has an airline now, so nobody wants one airline. But the issue of competition law is that it increases quality, it increases productivity, and it widens the net for all of us. Now, for the whole of East Africa, I think Kenya is okay with competition law, but we don't have any in Uganda, and that's a huge gap. I think conversations are being had at the East African community, but if we had competition law, would not have, I'm sorry to bring this elephant into the room, but I think it's already in the room, would probably not have this coffee deal going down very easily without scrutiny, because that is going to have serious issues and serious implications on the trade in coffee in this country. So we need competition law. Like yesterday, as the Law Society, Honorable Minister, we are available to help in the enactment of the laws that are necessary. Then harmonization of intellectual property law and policy. Different countries have different laws, and there's a lot that's being carried across the borders. And then when it comes to disputes, that's also a big problem right now. We need to harmonize this regulation, because when you're doing trade, we're very soon going to have to trade with the CFTA, with the rest of Africa. But if the East African community is not organized and harmonized when it comes to regulating intellectual property, it's going to be a real problem. Because right now, your company is registered in Uganda, but it's producing for the East African market. It doesn't stop anybody registering that name in Kenya and competing with you. So these are real things that we need to look at. For instance, if I register and just allow me to give you a small example. If I register an intellectual property, a trademark it should be registered at the East African Registry for IP. It should not be that I have to pay different fees in Uganda and register in Uganda and different fees in Rwanda and register in Rwanda. It's onerous and it's going to disturb all our creators and innovators. So that needs to be harmonized. We have a big problem at the East African Court of Justice. These judges are part-time, they are lent to the court by the different governments, and they are unavailable. So we have cases and backlog, etc. We need full-time judges at the East African Court of Justice. We also need execution. We have won cases before, for instance, against Kenya for non-trade barriers on behalf of our farmers and traders. And up to this day, none of this payment has been made. We do not see government pursuing this. So execution mechanisms at the East African Court of Justice. The East African Court of Justice needs to stop being a suggestion to our governments. It needs to be a court that is empowered, that has actual teeth to ensure that there's execution. And I think, Honorable Minister, you and your fellow ministers in the community can help us breathe life into this court. We have mutual recognition agreements for professionals. I think the architects have made some progress. The lawyers' mutual recognition agreement is in the law societies of the East African countries are in full agreement. We've worked on the document, it's complete. We are waiting on our attorney generals. So, all right, Honorable Deputy Premier, we need your help in that to make sure that the attorney generals sign this. If they make it a reality, then we can help. Because if you begin a community or protocols without having the lawyers or the legal regime allowing lawyers across, then I don't know how we're going to work with the rest of Africa if we can't work amongst ourselves. Compliance with the World Trade Organization Facilitation Agreement. We have a lot of problems in that area, and I think that making it a priority would also take us very far. As Mr. Katera said, we should not reinvent the wheel. There's things that we're already signatories to at an international level that we need to bring down to us. I'm also concerned about the participation of local communities in the decisions that are being made. What efforts are we making as a country to, you know, the law needs to be legitimate, and it's given legitimacy with the amount, or with how much and how well the people that are governed by this law know it. And we need to mark ourselves on how well our communities know these laws. We're making agreements. I'll give an example. Our farmers put water in the groundnuts to increase their weight. And Tanzanians' groundnuts, I will tell you, are not any better quality. But because they don't have that water, they sell better at the market. And this is because our farmers don't know that it's not about weight, that there are other criteria for quality that are needed. So we need to break this down. And Honorable Minister, if I may make this kalango, the Uganda Law Society is setting up trade centers with PSFU, where we want to educate these farmers and break down this. But we need a connection. We need these offices also, these trade centers, to also collect data, because I do not understand why the government of Uganda would sign a protocol for GNUTs when they know we have a certain quality that we might never meet. I'll tell you that the effluent standards for Uganda, I'll just give an example since I work in national water, are higher than the WTO standards, are higher than the World Health Organization standards. So who is doing this at that level in government, devoid of the local situation? We need to understand these things and make sure that the laws and protocols we're signing are data-based, are informed by our situation, that our representatives actually are carrying the message of the country. Lastly, we have a very restrictive trade regime, and we're not going to be able to go anywhere unless our governments sit down and start acting like they actually mean what they say when they say things. We're signatories to protocols, but we break protocols. And I see these people breaking bread together. And we need to have these hard conversations. And if these hard conversations cannot be had in the state houses, then we need to go to court. And I hope that the business community here will join hands with us so that we see how to breathe life into this. As I end, there are many traders that lost a lot with the non-tariff barriers that Kenya and some of our neighbors were imposing. And in all this, we need more transparency on whether they've been compensated. And if they haven't, we need to see what can be done. This is our opportunity to make an example using those situations so that we actually look like we're committed to this. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. That's a mouthful.
Oh, sorry. Just one last thing.
Okay.
For me, Congo is very exciting because there's something that I've been fighting for. I know that we're going to extend roads into Congo up to, I think, is it Bemba? One of the things we need to understand is that much as Uganda exports roses to Norway, Ghana is importing those roses from Norway. It's easier for Ghana to get our roses from Norway. This is ridiculous. From a civilian point of view, I think the ministers can get on board and make sure the first investment we need to make is road transportation. But now this is a call, Honorable Minister, to Uganda Airlines. We need at least a cargo route to West Africa. If we had a cargo route, there's a lot of West Africa imports, and I'm talking about the whole of West Africa, including the Francophone countries. They import their fruit, their flowers, their horticultural products. They import all of them, and they import them from Europe after we've exported them. So there's a ready market there for the business people in the room, and I think we need to take advantage of that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, there's quite a lot to chew on. I'll invite Clopas to... I know as a ministry, you must have prepared some strategies, or you're in the process of preparing strategies to benefit from all these initiatives that are coming up. Like, of course, the Continental Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and even with the Congo. Just enlighten us what the direction, as the people in charge, the direction of the country in terms of us placing ourselves to benefit. And I'll just add a small story for you to just speak what I'm saying. When we were given AGOA, the Kenyans organized themselves and put together a lot of money, about 15 billion Uganda shillings, and sent their scientists, their economists, their lawyers to go and study the American market vis-a-vis the tariff lines. How do we penetrate that market? And about 5 years ago, we were in a meeting, and interestingly enough, Kenya was exporting about 96% of the AGOA exports to the US. Uganda 0 point something, Kenya 1 point something, Rwanda and Burundi 0 point something. So what strategies do you have in place to be able to, others we shall be like the other farmer who says the rains have come and keeps rejoicing when the others are what? Getting their hands dirty. What are we doing as a country to get our hands dirty?
Thank you once again, the chief guest and fellow panelists. I thought I had escaped in the first panel, only Isaac to call me back here, but that's fine. So specifically to answer your question, before I go to the policy areas which have been ably raised by members, we are working mainly on the infrastructure side because we noted that the biggest challenges that were happening at the cross-border trade between the DRC specifically, for instance, and our neighbors in the region was lack of basic infrastructure. Because when you look at the statistics in the region, COMESA is our leading export. If you remove EAC, including EAC, because only Tanzania is not part of COMESA. And you see that all the now the countries we have, apart from Tanzania and South Sudan, the rest are all members of COMESA. So there is also that mixture of policy, what they call, the trade economists call it the spaghetti bowl of policies, which will make it difficult to go into the customs union. But the facilities we are putting in place specifically, you have, perhaps some of you have interacted with the ministry, have heard of what we call the border export zones. These are zones which are being built at the different crossing points. At Congo, we have one in Imponwe, we are doing one in Bunagana, we are doing one also in Goli. Goli is in the northern part, in the north side of West Nile. And these facilities will have the kind of infrastructure Mr. Tassa was alluding to. Common user facilities, storage facilities, both cold value chain and all that. And the reason is that we want the exporters, for instance, if I say Jessa of milk, to be able to come and get a warehouse at Mponwe, put there their milk, so that when the Congolese come across to, they don't have to carry it across to them. And it was, in a way, killing two birds with one stone. One, there was a lot of hostility, sorry to use this word, but that's the truth of the matter, especially gender harassment. I mean, harassment of our ladies when they would cross to take their goods, there would be bribery and all that kind of thing. So it was the idea of government that if you put such a facility that can have those simple value addition storage, then our traders may not have to necessarily keep crossing over where they get harassed or face some other challenges, like in South Sudan, you know what happened. So we have those in Bunagana, in Katuna, in Baraba, in Busia, in Imponwe, as I said earlier, and they are all at advanced stages, and very soon we will be handing over, the contractor will be handing over one from Imponwe. We're also working on different policies. You know, earlier when we were seated there, I had an opportunity to be your neighbor. We discussed, I talked to you about our trade remedies. You know, when you open up your economy, you don't only open up and you want to enter someone's market. You certainly also must open up your economy, and it comes with challenges. These challenges come in a form of some countries want to dump their products, some countries are subsidizing their products, some products may cause injuries in your in your economy. So we are also working, Fiona, maybe you help us also on that, on the trade remedies, which deals with safeguards, countervailing, anti-dumping duties. I don't want to go into those are more of trade policies, which I don't want to go into. So we're working into that so that we can protect our traders from unfair competition. Some countries have used those laws as competition laws. But in our case, we are also working on the competition law. As I speak now, a ministerial subcommittee was put in place, which looked, the principles and the idea was taken to cabinet. His Excellency the President constituted a ministerial subcommittee who sat and looked at it, and they recommended and said we indeed need that competition law, and they have made that recommendation, and they have also made input where the ministry is supposed to fine-tune some areas. So that law will be soon coming in place. She mentioned the areas. You remember just a couple of months ago, CARIFORM came and took up, is it ShopRite? Took up ShopRite. If we had the competition law, that first of all you'd want to know how is it happening, under what terms, who are the debtors whom you are living, the shareholders, that kind of thing. As we speak today, there is still a case of Uchumi. They left to a tune of about 10 billion shillings, which they left with suppliers and different employees. So we are working on that. We have our eyes focused on the ball as regards that. But what we need also to really, we're also working on the agricultural produce marketing bill. We have people who come out from there, the Kenyans, sorry to mention names, but our trade partners, they go up to the field. They buy your maize they want to buy your potato, maize, whatever it is, when it is even still flowering. So we're working on this bill to ensure that we put an orderly marketing system, so that once we do our databases and we want to get our investors, we are able to know how much corn or maize do we have in the country to be able to support a milling company, how much coffee do we have, how much beans do we have. We are working on the compliance with WTO. You are aware that we notified all the categories which we needed to, A and B. Again, that is a bit, I don't want to go into details. And we have also put together, Mr. Kareba, I didn't hear you mention that we now have an electronic single window, whereby it has also assisted the documentation. You don't have to run around from URA to agriculture to UNBS to URSB looking for documentation. You just enter your documentation into the system while seated at your sofa, having a cup of coffee in your home, and then everything does what? Everything comes through the system. Of course, it has its challenges, but it will be fine-tuned as we move forward. On e-commerce, we are working on the e-commerce policy. Unfortunately, it is strange that it's not there. And one of the strange things we discovered when we were working on this policy is that as a country, we don't have a Ugandan barcode. Because you see, when you send your product in the, what they call out there, order fulfillment companies, if you want Alibaba, Amazon, name it, to put it, you must have a barcode to read it, which is identifiable. The barcode you see in the supermarkets, once it leaves the country, it is not identifiable as a Ugandan what? Product. But we have already working with the innovation project in the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. We got a company, it's supposed to be private sector driven. They have made the prototype. We have applied to what they call Global GS1 in Brussels. Once we have it, that barcode, whatever product you made, where Honorable Victoria was saying, why isn't our NUMA being recognized internationally? If you fixes that barcode, wherever it goes in Australia, wherever, in New Zealand, anyone who scans it, it will read, it will tell from Uganda, because the prefix will be from Uganda, the name of the company, NUMA, where it's coming from, even the address. That person can even pick the telephone and call Mr. Masco of NUMA and say, can I have more of NUMA? So that's how far we are going in the e-commerce area ecosystem, so that our products can easily be recognized internationally, rather than attaching other barcodes from other countries. You find that we are attaching from South Africa, Kenya, Tanzania. So it becomes the middleman benefits rather than the actual owner of the product. So those are some of the few. I would also want to say we would need, like, for us, we would need more than 3 hours to tell you what we are doing. Mr. Karewa said he would need 3. For us, I think we would need 3 days. Thank you.
Okay. We are constrained by time. We will just wind up. I'll tell my panelists, just take 1 minute, starting from the other end, to air out something that you think should have come out in your first presentation. Just 1 minute. We are constrained by time. We have to move to something else. And I will relieve my colleague here. He has quite had from the morning time. So let the 3, please, Mr. Watasa, just take a minute and say something.
I think a couple of things, but they will fit within 1 minute. Probably they fit within what I mentioned earlier, which is the regulating competition within. However, if that were to be put in place, then we need to look at a second approach to private sector development. That is the investment of public sector resources in strategic areas, which, if we prefer, then we can put on the financial markets to sell, because some of these are not going to be possible with the limitations that the private sector finds itself in Uganda, especially the cost of finance. So we need to put together a good funding mechanism that can drive strategic areas. We can't rely on commercial banks. We can't rely on PPPs from externally driven finances. Right now, Japan lends money at a negative interest rate, so people will borrow it there and come in here and still be able to outcompete us even with our very, very comfortable environment. So we need funding, and that funding is going to have to be public sector funding to strategic sectors and particular value chains. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those very quick words. Mr. Charles Kareba.
No, maybe we have been having problems with the insecurity in partner states, drivers that have been killed in South Africa, South Sudan. And then remember the last elections in Kenya, our members lost trucks, lost cargo, cases went up, parliament passed the request to be compensated, but up to today, they have never been compensated. And then they have elections in August. I can also tell you that we are having a meeting with our brothers in Dar es Salaam on Thursday this week to see how we can have an alternative route in case we have a similar situation like last time. Thanks very much.
Wow. I think what has not come very, very vivid in this meeting is the issue of security and conflict and the impact on trade. That is something that perhaps needs more exploration. Fiona, 1 minute.
Just to have data-informed policy. Our protocols need to reflect our realities, but once they're done, they also need to come down to the person down there. But also an appeal to everybody involved. Let's stop working in silos. Again, an example I'll give is this coffee deal where Ministry of Agriculture says they were not involved, Ministry of Trade is, that is very unfortunate that a country is making such a big deal and different ministries are not involved that are key. So let's stop working in silos.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, just before I sit down, I'm aware that there are some initiatives at the Secretariat to deal with the intellectual property issues, deal with competition issues, deal with the trade remedies, the things that clearly came up here. And I know Stiffy is at the forefront of this. We perhaps don't know what's happening right now, but this document, that is a trade policy on the entire, like an external trade policy for the rest of the ESC. We have our national trade policies, but this one encompasses everything, would really, really answer many of these questions that have been raised. Thank you very much for listening, and my panel, thank you very much for giving us those views. Back to the organizers.
A round of applause for our moderator. Thank you very much, Mr. Shienkwa. And yes, officially, Fiona, I will dismiss the entire panel. I love this. I will officially dismiss the panel. Thank you so much for your deliberations. If we had more time, I would definitely be able to give Mr. Kareba the 3 hours, one entire day to actually expound on this discussion, but we're constrained by time. And ladies and gentlemen, before we get our chief guest, allow me invite in just a few minutes Mr. Joseph Enyimo, the Acting Commissioner, Economic Development, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I think it's the ministry that is in the limelight right now over what is happening. And he will just briefly speak to us about the priorities in the National Budget Framework Paper 2022-23 to support the private sector competitiveness to participate in the East African Community market. We know we are in the budgeting process. In about less than 2 months, we should have this budget passed. And thereafter him, I will invite Mr. Simwe to officially have our guest of honor speak to us and give us our remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Joseph Enyemo.
The guest of honor, the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of East African Community Affairs, the distinguished representatives from the private sector, my colleague technocrats from government, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I bring you apologies from the Secretary to the Treasury, is not unable to be with us here. But he very much conveys his appreciation for the partnership with PSFU. As you may know, the genesis of PSFU has a lot to do with the Ministry of Finance. And so it is very heartwarming to see that they are providing such leadership in the formation and the maturity of our private sector. In the interest of time, allow me deliver his remarks in an abridged version in order to make room for our guest of honor to fully engage with you. Government's focus on building a private sector-led economy remains unchanged. This is consistent with East Africa's integration agenda of delivering people-centered and a private sector-driven approach to development. I am delighted to inform you that today's particular topic is of key interest to the Ministry of Finance because it resonates with our vision. The vision of the ministry is a competitive economy for national development. As you may know, under NDP 3, government adopted a program-based approach to planning and budgeting. And within this approach, government has provided a whole program on private sector development, which is under the political and technical oversight of the Ministry of Finance. So that positions us to closely engage with the actors in this space and be a voice and an enabler for the issues that they are concerned about. Now, speaking to the topic of my statement, which is priorities in the national budget framework paper to support private sector competitiveness to participate in the EAC market. Competitiveness of the private sector within the EAC is ultimately about Uganda's private sector being able to deliver products in volumes, quality, and prices that are competitive. And when you think about it that way, it immediately triggers a set of questions around the cost of production, the state of our production base, matters of land, labor, technology. A lot of these have been aired by the past panels. It is also important to keep in mind that it is businesses that generate jobs and not necessarily public budgets. The public budgets have a role in facilitating businesses to deliver those jobs, and so we should be introspective as much as we are looking outward to the public sector. For the purpose of context, Cabinet approved the National Budget Framework paper for financial year 22-23 under the theme Full Monetization of the Ugandan Economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, market access, and digital transformation. That is something that has featured here a lot. This theme flows from that of the third National Development Plan, which is increased household incomes and improved quality of life of Ugandans. Now, the attainment of the above theme, of course, is guided by a set of objectives. Notable among these is addressing security and governance. You heard from the previous panel that we didn't give justice to this matter, but it is very critical for investor confidence. When people invest their money, they need the assurance that they make a good return. So it's important that investments are safe and the investment environment is predictable. On account of that, I can confirm to you from a program layout that the security and governance program attracts the second highest share of our budget for 22-23, which is at 24%. And it is second to human capital development, which also resonates to the issue of young people, which was discussed here. The second objective is recovering the economy through revitalizing business activities. Specifically, we are implementing fiscal and monetary measures to boost aggregate demand. The private sector will tell you without market, there is no prospect for business. And so it's important that we have consumers having the confidence to spend. Objective 3 is enhancing agro-industrialization and light manufacturing through sustaining the resilience of agriculture. And we are approaching this along the value chain, agro-processing and support to light manufacturing. Number 4 is enhancing the quality and stock of productive infrastructure through maintaining a good road network system, completing existing contracts, rehabilitation of the railway line, electricity transmission to industrial parks, undertaking studies and acquiring infrastructure corridors for future investments. We are aware that about 40% of the cost of production of goods is determined by energy and transport. And so it's important that we sustain a good network to keep these production costs low. The fourth objective, those were subcomponents of how we intend to revitalize business. The third objective is human capital, health, education, water, and social development. And this takes the #1 slot in our budget. When you talk about young people, the greatest asset they have, first of all, is themselves. So it's important that they have a foundational asset, which is the human capital, that their knowledge base, their skill set can position them to compete. And that's why government is prioritizing this particular investment in human capital. And then finally is rationalizing and automating government to promote efficiency and effectiveness. A lot has been talked about this morning and afternoon. Government is digitizing a number of its services and making it easy for you as a private sector to do business. Time will not allow me to fully unpack these objectives, but allow me shed some light on the specific interventions that speak to the issue of boosting production volumes, quality, and pricing of Ugandan products within the EAC context. In terms of revitalizing business, of course, the cost of capital is something we are all aware of as a major constraint. And government is approaching this largely from a threefold perspective. We have the micro and small scale enterprises who are being afforded access to concessional financing. And this is coming by way of the Business Recovery Fund, initiatives like EMIOGA, and most recently the Parish Development Model, which will benefit from over 1 trillion shillings to make it cheaper for them to penetrate into the value chains. And then we have the SMEs. Those are players who can engage with our Uganda Development Bank. And so we are further capitalizing UDB And we are also injecting money into Uganda Development Corporation to facilitate equity investments in some of the promising companies that are struggling with either managing the risk or raising the critical capital to do that. And then finally, you know that we have a capital market in Uganda through which corporations like yourselves represented here can raise money. I am pleased to inform you that in the last 3 or so years, assets under management by collective investment schemes have tripled from more than 300 billion. We are now actually in excess of 1 trillion shillings. And that tells you that the problem sometimes is not the availability of money, but how we bridge investors and investees. And so as more Ugandans make use of these spaces, we should be able to mobilize capital to finance our enterprises. I will highlight something along the agro-industrialization and light manufacturing, since many of the constituent members of PSFU are in that space. One, what we are doing here is to operationalize the parish model, which is really a paradigm shift in terms of the way we engage the masses into the industrialization process. We need a separate session to unpack that fully, but allow me say that on top of that, government is investing next year in expanding storage and processing capacity for commodities within the 18 zones of the country. We are supporting industries that use locally sourced raw materials to produce most of the goods that we import. And then we are developing the iron and steel industry. It's been a subject here also of discussion. The National Planning Authority is playing a lead role in this. The studies have been done and the preliminary works in that direction. We are strengthening standards for quality assurance to improve access of Uganda's exports to regional and international markets. UNBS is a major beneficiary of next year's budget. We are supporting them with decentralizing their laboratories, but also upgrading their capacity to cover certain elements they are not able to cover now. I will move and shed some light on the issue of well-being and building resilience within the population, since our human capital is our greatest asset that we need to invest in for sustainability. On this note, the priority for next year is to achieve our countrywide vaccination to mitigate the COVID-19 pandemic so that we can really fully open up. The other one is maintaining resources in the budget for increasing the capacity of the health system to mitigate communicable and other non-communicable diseases, and then fast-tracking the national health insurance policy, including the national ambulance system, to reduce the cost of the services on the government. And then sustainably bringing back education to normality and attaining pre-COVID-19 levels of access to education. 2 years of education, when you lose that, is a lot of human capital at risk. And so it's important that the young people who missed that year of capital building are helped to accelerate their catch-up. The other area which is benefiting significantly in this regard is administration of justice. The panel here ably laid out how critical it is for this sector to play its role. You will appreciate that the number of cases that are held up as backlog cases is crippling to business, and so with the passage of the Administration of Justice Act, government has scaled up investment in this sector, and we think that in the next 2 to 3 years, we should have some of this as something of history. The other area which is worth mentioning with respect to today's conversation is enhancing the quality and stock of productive infrastructure. This is attracting about 14% of next year's budget. The specific elements that speak to our conversation this day include the completion of the Kabale International Airport to actualize the oil and gas sector commercial phase, the completion of upgrade and expansion of Entebbe International Airport, which includes the cold storage facilities we talked about today, and then also the rehabilitation of 375 kilometers of the Tororo-Gulu meter gauge railway line, which is the meter gauge. So that answers the question which was raised. And fast-tracking and upgrading the Gulu one-stop border post. This has been a thorny issue for trade with our neighbor, South Sudan. And then finally, commencement of physical works for the Bukasa Port Phase 2. Water transport is envisioned to significantly lower the unit cost of transportation compared to road and rail. The other critical thing we are addressing in next year's budget is digital transformation. As you are aware, according to AfCTA, 25% of global commerce today is happening through e-commerce. And the sooner we jump into that space with local solutions, but also be able to integrate in global value chains, it will be better for the country. So to drive this home, next year's budget focuses on implementing the last mile connectivity, rolling out broadband infrastructure in key government service delivery units, and ensuring all essential services such as schools, hospitals, the tourism sites, our law enforcement officers are connected online. We are supporting the development and commercialization of ICT products and building a critical mass of talent to develop applications. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to inform you that Uganda is implementing e-procurement, and you'll be happy to note that the e-procurement solution we're delivering is homemade. So that should mean a lot for our young talent, but also for our affirmative programs, preparing the private sector to transition to doing e-business with government. We are supporting the rollout of e-services, including extension services, and then we are providing for digital literacy training to SMEs and communities, as well as empowering them to use these services in the production of goods and services. You are all familiar that we are now hitting traction in our oil and gas sector, and so there are major demands on the budget next year in this regard. One of them is mainstreaming existing investments in exploration and quantification for steel and minerals in Karamoja, as well as the incentive to import replacement for iron and steel. We are completing the East African crude oil pipeline and refined products pipeline, and then the establishment of the National Petroleum Data Repository. We are also undertaking the preparatory process for establishment of a robust petrochemical industry, including activating the Hoima Industrial Business Park. And then finally, we are capitalizing Uganda National Oil Company to steer our interest, commercial interest in that sector. The other critical area that is drawing resources from the budget is in the tourism sector, sustaining upstream investment in ongoing product development and tourism-related infrastructure, increasing access to recovery finance, and then intensification of domestic tourism. You've seen all the billboards around on Explore Uganda. This is part of that move. The other thing we are conscious of is that this economic growth, of course, must be supported by a sustainable environment and natural resource base. And so we are also injecting in some good money into preserving the environment, including eviction of encroachers from wetlands, and demarcation of these wetlands, establishing alternative livelihood options in aquaculture, beekeeping, pottery, and crafts, which are consistent with the environment. Finally, we are mindful that a large share of our GDP comes from urban areas. And so government is prioritizing the issue of urban planning and urban infrastructure. This includes implementation of the integrated physical and economic development plan for the new cities, and then there are projects to do with the Greater Kampala metropolitan area. Right Honorable Prime Minister, in conclusion, I wish to remind the audience here that Uganda's private sector needs to be able to deliver the right products in the right volumes, quality, and at a competitive price. Doing this has some elements that come from the public sector, but a greater part has to come from the innovativeness and entrepreneurial acumen of our entrepreneurs. We also need to know that the national budget accounts for just 1/5 of our GDP, which means the other 4/5 are resident within the private sector. How we incentivize our households, our enterprises, and the captains of industry to deploy the savings and capital in their hands will be very critical in determining how competitive we will be in the region. A lot of our investment goes into concrete as opposed to plant and machinery, and that has to change for us to be competitive. So I call upon you that let's reflect collectively on how we influence the reallocation of capital in our economy from the low productivity to high productivity economic activities and sectors. I thank you very much for your attention and for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Nyimu, for that. And I believe that it was just time. More and more details, we can be able to get in touch with him. And ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any more time, allow me invite Mr. Stephen Asimwe, who today is not only in his capacity as CEO PSFU, but also representing the chairperson of the PSFU, and he will be inviting our guest of honor.
Thank you very much, Mildred. I want to put a small disclaimer on we have a whole vice chairperson, Honorable Victoria Sekitoreko. I only read the chairman's speech, so I still need my job. Don't get me problems here. Our chief guest, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. Before you came, people were bragging here about where they come from. Let me take 3 seconds to brag about where I come from. I went to school in the same school as the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga in Namasagari College, and I speak very fluent Lusoga. Sangaire no kubona. So Mr. Kaheru, I don't know where he is, and Mr. Dr. Muhumuza and Stewart, I also brag that I'm from Busoga. Thank you. We have very little time. Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. Last week we had a very big group of youth who are the majority of the population in this country, and we discussed the same topic. Today we called in the seniors, the captains of industry, the professors, the ministry officials, but mainly this is a private sector foundation-led initiative. As part of our mandate of policy and advocacy, we do this work on a daily basis. Last week we had a fantastic conference on oil and gas opportunities. The previous weeks we've had on agriculture. So I don't want to waste much time, just to inform you that our private sector foundation has been working very closely with your ministry. And for us, we are excited today that finally you have come. You've come here, and we shall continue to, is that a hand clap? Or it's a non-tariff barrier? I think the Uganda Law Society, can you please intervene legally about that person? But very quickly, Madam Right Honorable, I had quite a lot to say, but just to underline the fact that you are a member of the PSFU. Did you know that? I know you are a member because you own a tourism enterprise. I know that because I used to inspect and grade and classify some properties that are associated with you, especially the Century Hotel in Kamuli. I think it is still there. I know that you have another fantastic enterprise, the Century Heritage in Kagulu Hill. Please go and visit that place. And I also know that you are associated with the Century Huntington Resort in Mayuge. That is next to Bishop Huntington. I was part and parcel of that discussion many years ago. You're a member of the Uganda Hotel Owners Association, which is a member of the tourism and hospitality sector at the PSFU. So I wish to invite you to our annual general meeting in November to participate. We might choose you as one of our, but having said that, because you are a member of PSFU, this is your meeting, but of course you've come in another capacity as the Minister for East African Community Affairs, and obviously by another right, the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister. So your coming here speaks volumes in many ways, both as government, but also as private sector. And a lot of papers have been presented, the ones you have seen. We've given you a debrief. We'd like to invite you to come and speak to your people in all capacities. We want words of comfort. We know you are a very, very powerful woman, advocate, policy person, and would like to partner with you in a much stronger manner to ensure that the sentiments that have been given at the stage will be articulated into real business. So without much ado, I'll invite you here, and then after you have finished, our Vice Chair of the PSFU will give closing remarks on behalf of both the board, but also the Advisory Council, which supports the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our chief guest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simwe. The family of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. Let me say how happy I am to be here today. And the few hours I've spent here have been very, very informative, and I really appreciate it. And I take your comments, criticism, advice in good faith. I think let me start by a small overview of my impressions of the community. I think one of the problems we have are embedded in the treaty itself, the structure of the treaty, because all decisions are by consensus. Consensus was fine when we were Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, but now we are 6, almost 7. It's becoming more lethargic. And I just have some small examples. About 3 weeks ago, we had gone to discuss the budget of the community as well as handle recruitment. So the meeting was supposed to start at midday. So I was waiting in my hotel at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Then I said, no, let me go to the headquarters. I get there and they said, no, you see, we can't start because 2 countries have not signed the report of the permanent secretaries. Who are the 2 countries? Burundi and South Sudan. The 2 non-contributing members were holding us hostage. So we had to go maneuver and negotiate and this with non-paying members. We finished the meeting at 3 o'clock in the morning. But I left the meeting really angry, and I told my colleagues that I think we should impose there are no sanctions. They are there on paper. How can someone who has not paid a single dollar say, I'm not signing? Because I'm not signing, you can't work. So that's part of the problem. The second one is that the treaty does not speak to the national laws in some instances. In 2017, the Kenya National Assembly enacted a law the Land Amendment Act of Kenya, in which they provided that within the first 25 kilometers of the first and second wave of the Indian Ocean, no non-Kenyan can own land there. But that's where the properties of the Uganda government are. So, before I left Parliament, I was trying to engage my counterpart in case, Mr. Muturi, how can you make such a law? You know, he avoided answering my letters. I asked the Attorney General, Mr. Vyaruhanga, please contact the Attorney General of Kenya. How do they make this law without an exemption for Uganda or other countries? But they're in the community, this is 2017, but they have said that first 25 kilometers, nobody except Kenya. This is the community. So, sovereignty, commitment. Now, I just wanted to speak to some, Mr. Kareva. Your name is very big in the industry. I really will give you an appointment. I'll give you time so that we can meet and we talk about what could have been. But just to say that when the committee broke up, Kenya confiscated the entire fleet of the East African Airways. Each plane that landed was told to park. So the entire fleet of the EAA remained in Kenya. Together with the East African Post and Telecommunications, Tanzania confiscated the East African Railways and Harbors Corporations. Both of them nationalized them. So that ended our common services. But we shall talk about it. I want to inform Fiona Wall and the Ugandan Society that recently I was able to conclude from the Uganda side, the extended jurisdiction of the East African Court of Justice. Originally, their responsibility was only to interpret the treaty, but now they can adjudicate on the customs union and the common market protocol. But I do acknowledge that we need to deal with the issue of the human rights. One of the areas that's not moving well is the harmonization, especially on the professional level. It's one of those that's not really moving well, but I intend to pay more attention to it. I just wanted to say that on the issue of markets, we're really asleep. We're asleep. After we had supported South Sudan to get liberated, the first four to go to South Sudan were the Kenyans. The KCB was in Sudan, very, very fast. Kenya Commercial Bank. We're happy to asleep, we've done our job, they are free, we're happy to be neighbors. What is happening now? Congo. Congo shares a border with the Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, and South Sudan. They have no border with Kenya. Who is in Congo now? Kenya. KCB and Equity are there already. For us, we are happy people. We are asleep. Now, in October, I went to Ghana to do some work with some traditional leaders in West Africa. I took time to go to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I spent about 4 hours with Mr. Mene, Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the Continental Free Trade Area, and he was saying, Uganda, what are you doing? There's market here. Even, you are talking about flowers, even bread comes from Paris. Bread in West Africa, especially the Francophone. The bread comes from Paris. They fly it in the morning. So when we came back, went to the cabinet, I said, one, I'd want to see the Prime Minister lead a trade delegation to West Africa, a targeted trade delegation. Secondly, I said I want the Minister of Works introduce cargo flights. Okay, not passenger yet, cargo flights to West Africa. Because I could see that, you know, it's so near, it is so near, but we are not taking up. I met the Ugandans living in Ghana, and they said even vegetables are not there. So there's so much we can do, but Mr. Simu, I think you better, and Victoria, I think you better do something. I think we need to take action, move quickly. Execution proceedings, yes, I think we will also take an interest in that, and also the issue of intellectual property. Now, what is really the problem in this integration? The main thing in this integration is the common market protocol. So we need to ask ourselves, how is the freedom of movement of labor going? How is it happening? Is it actually happening? Can Asimwe, this Musoga, just go and say, me, I'm sitting in Mombasa, I've come for a job, and they'll just give me a job? Me, a hotelier, can I go and say I'm going to Eldoret to establish Century Hotel in Eldoret, and they'll welcome with open hands? They will ask, what's the resident permit? Where are you? Where were you born? And so on. And yet, this part of the common market. Our goods, we are constantly in battle. Constantly in battle. Why are you not taking my goods? Why are you doing this? You know, eggs, cylinders, sugar, poultry. So, the common market is where we need to focus ourselves. Right of residence. Can I just say, me, I'm an East African, I've come to stay here? Don't they, me, I'm just here. You look at me and accept me. So all these are elements that we need to deal with. So the issues of, at the back of our minds, the issue of sovereignty, they are not really speaking to the treaty. Then the monetary union. In 2024, we expect to have the single currency. However, Uganda has bidded to host the East African Monetary Institute and possibly later the East African Central Bank. We are competing with the Tanzania, with the Kenya, with the Burundi, and the Rwandese have moved out. Burundi, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. These are the four countries vying to host the Central Bank of East Africa. We have made available 3 acres of land. We have a title deed now. We also have the former Greenlands Bank, which can be started tomorrow if the decision is taken. They can come in tomorrow and start working from the former Greenlands Bank. We also have a house for the CEO in case the decision is taken. So really the key is in activating the Common Market Protocol in all its forms, in all the freedoms and all the rights, the right of establishment and the right of residence. All these are important, and this is where we need to. There was talk here about the roads. Yes, the roads, the railways. Even air travel is a problem. You know, for Ugandan to go to Mwanza, you need 37 hours. Travel from Entebbe to Mwanza, here, across the lake. 37 hours by air. But they're just across the water here. So there are many things that we still need to get. Infrastructure, the roads, the railway, the electricity, all these are essential. But I think the main thing should be commitment by our leaders and also our systems. There's a day I shook up the Kenyans. I called a press conference and said that Uganda is going to retaliate on the issue of eggs. The following morning, the president of Kenya was calling the president here. Said, "Hey, I hear you retaliate." He said, "Yes." He said, "No, you see, it is not true. I don't know what my people are doing." But all this, that's what is happening in the common market. So, as I said, I'm happy to be here. I'll be happy to take advice, and I look forward to working with you all to ensure that we achieve the objectives of the common market, which were as follows. What was really intended was that the common market, which came in 5 years after the customs union, was supposed to integrate the economies of this region, give opportunity to the private sector, and increase competitiveness. But I think it's still work in progress. So I think we have a lot of work to do, and we should try and bridge those gaps. So on that note, I want to thank you very much for listening, and thank you for the information. It's going to be very, very helpful to me in my work. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, our guest of honor. That is passion. When she gets to speak, I normally call her the lady of fasts. You'll get to know why so. But allow me, as we close off this, to invite our next speaker, who is already here, the Vice Chair, Board PSFU, and also will be representing the Advisory Council, Madam Victoria. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, everybody who is here. I want to thank everybody for the thought you put in this meeting, because listening to some presentations, you actually feel that somebody did not, just wake up after Easter and I've got to be in Serena. So I want to thank you for that. But it is along those lines, Madam Deputy Prime Minister, that I want to make a special request to government. The government of Uganda has always had a habit of training, skilling its people. But it looks like we are dropping the ball. As we talk now, I want to request that we continue skilling and training our technical people, our parliamentarians, and our cabinet, especially before they leave Uganda. If we are to avoid embarrassment, and if Uganda is to continue being respected, let us skill everybody. If you have not had time to induct a minister, just don't let that minister travel masquerading as our minister when she is not ready. We have been embarrassed enough, and in Lusoga we have a saying, so I'm only saying it this once. The rest, I've just said, for the rest, please mind your language. And this minding one's language is, please, government, avoid loose talk. When somebody asks, why did you sign? I didn't have to ask so and so. We shall give them a copy. Our children are watching. So you can say those behind closed doors, but when you are talking to the public, please request that you mind your language. Why am I saying this? If we are going to become East Africa, we don't want Uganda to arrive unprepared. So that is why, to me, skilling right now is important. Madam Prime Minister, allow me to make one comment about what Mr. Peter Enyim said from Minister of Finance. But let me say this first. First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Peter Enyim. I loved your presentation. You make listening easy. You don't look like you didn't sleep well. You wake up, you own your document, and you present it. That is the type of Ugandan I would like to attend a meeting outside with. And you say, yeah, mutulabiye. So thank you. But specifically about what you said, we, the private sector, are ready to partner with you. We are ready to do our work. But we have got one ask. Talk to us. We are here. You tell Asimwe whatever level you want to talk, even if you want to talk to the parishes, we have a system of getting there. He has told you all these days, this is what we are doing, talking to people. So it would be very good if you can talk to us, especially if you are going to tax us. Because you come in, you touch the textiles, then we spend a whole 2 months fighting over textiles. Now you drop the clothes, you pick up the cars. Now you people do. Why can't we talk about it before it is pronounced? So what is the ask from us? Please talk to us. Then two, now that you are the government, you have decided that your approach, your program, you are going to have a program approach and a value chain delivery system. Please budget accordingly. Like I said, when you are budgeting for means of cooperatives, they are the ones, means of trade, MOTIC, they are the ones in charge of cooperatives, even if agriculture does most of the farming. But if we are talking value chain, the easiest train to deliver value chain is cooperatives. Unfortunately, most young people, especially anybody below 40 in Uganda, only found the word cooperatives in the dictionary. They were not educated as to what it was. By the time they grew up, they were dead. So we need Ministry of Trade to be equipped to actually revive I'm not saying they go and start the cooperatives. I'm saying they explain what cooperatives are, they register them without making life so complicated. It is so difficult to register a cooperative in Uganda. So for me, when I'm telling people, if you want to join PSFU, join as a group. So they ask, as an association? And I'm like, yes. Then somebody says, impose the association chechi. If you listen to NTV, there is an advert about association. Tebansasula sente zange, ate bango ma association, ate nga ni member association, you know, because he just, I don't know what they were trying to do, but it just shows the confusion. Mr. Mhumza, the confusion is everywhere. So, with those few comments, I want to thank everybody, and I want to tell everybody once again in Uganda this time, this is only the beginning. So for you, our partners, please keep coming. Madam Fiona Wall, we really have a lot of work to do, and I'm happy we have you. I pray that you continue smiling, even when things are difficult. You make it easy to listen. I thank you.
Like they always say, the smile breaks the ice. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And as we get to leave, I will request that we all stand up and have our anthems once again. And right after that, I will request to our guest of honor kindly that we will have a group picture just right here. We won't need to use a lot of time. And then the media, Madam guest of honor, the media would kindly like to speak to you right at that point as well, and I will request that you grant us that opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the anthems, please. Starting with the East African anthem.
Tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and to you, our guest of honor. Kindly, I do request, together with the Vice Chair of the PSFU and the CEO of the PSFU, I'm kindly requesting that we have a group photo right at this banner. Madam Victoria Sechtoleko and to Mr. Simwe and the entire team from the Private Sector Foundation, thank you so much. MasterCard Foundation, the lead farm structure, for ensuring that this actually comes to pass. We'll take the group photo at this banner, and I also do have Mr. Kisirinya, I think you will join in. You will have to join in, Fiona. And to all those who are on our panel, I kindly request that we will be taking the group photo together with our guest of honor before she can actually get to depart. But for the rest of us, lunch will be served in the lobby right outside outside in the lounge. So we are taking our group photo from just right here at the right. Mr. Simon Kahero, together with our guest of honor, we will use this side to take the group photo. To all our panelists before the two panels, kindly, well, I was told we were supposed to use that right there. Hoping that will be enough space, will it? To all our panelists, please, we can take on the picture, the group picture, together with the guest of honor. Well, I kindly request to our guest of honor, my sincerest apologies, but the lighting that was planned for that side is not enough. Can I request that we move right here, have some at the podium and have some right here. The lighting there for the media, they say, is not doing us justice. So I am kindly requesting, I'm really sorry for the inconvenience to the planning, but we will have a few stand up on the podium and a few can actually stand.